Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's time for some more Factorio K2SE and running around. And unfortunately, nearly everyone seems to be ill today, so my compatriots may be a little bit quieter than normal, but I hope you can forgive them for that. I'm sure they'll be very busy in the background nonetheless, and we'll have plenty will be going on. So yes, welcome. I've got a handful of things I want to do today, but right at the top of the list is head back over to Stardust and sort out the sulfur that is going to be an enormous problem quite soon. I don't know if you remember from the videos, but there is rather a lot of sulfur being taken over in a variety of ships. No, that's not the ship I wanted. A lot of sulfur being taken over in a variety of ships, and that's going to cause lots and lots of problems fairly soon. And so I think I'm going to have to hop in this ship, fly over there, and disenclogulate it by putting in an extra warehouse. And then probably and then try and make sure it doesn't happen again. And once I've got going, I'll talk a little bit more about what is the happenings and why all this nonsense has occurred. So I'll get in the ship, make sure I've got some warehouses. Good. I've got some belts. I've got some splitters underground. I haven't got any loaders. There's probably some in this box. There are some in this box. Excellent. Right, so yeah, that's all the stuff I'm going to need to solve this problem at least. Ooh, remember
to take some combinators.
That's a good idea. You can't see anything because that's not right. Close that window for now. So Stardust, fix a methane ice belt. That needs just a piece of belt. That's easy enough. Stop ships. A larger ship sulfur buffer from yes, and take some combinators out. So I've got 25 of the arithmetic, 50 deciders, and 50 constants. That's probably going to be enough for most things that could happen out there, I hope. So I think that'll do. Let's go to Stardust, which is that one, and not the ship called Stardust, but the asteroid field called Stardust. Right, off we go. So yes, the problem is that we have all of these spaceships doing the flight back and forth between Talos, Norbit, and out to Stardust, and each of them is carrying a quantity of sulfur because at some point in the distant past there was a little bit of a shortage of it on Stardust, and so we've been requesting an amount of it, and unfortunately, each one of those ships is bringing out a quantity of sulfur, and in total it's far too much. But so originally there was one ship, so the ship would park at Norbit and go, do I need to take some sulfur out with me? Hey Stardust, how much have you got? And Stardust would go, I could do with another 5,000. So I go, okay, I'll load it with the 5,000, I'll bring it out to you. And with one ship that's fine, because the ship takes the 5,000 out there, it unloads it, Stardust is happy. Well, except it's probably going to have used a bit more up by that time, but basically it's happy. Then when you put a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth ship in, the first ship goes, okay, I'll bring that 5,000 out for you. Great, no problem, I can do that. Then the second ship goes, okay, I can bring out 5,000 for you. The third ship goes, yeah, okay, I can bring out 5,000 for you. Then they all arrive in fairly quick succession, and Stardust goes, oh my god, I only have storage space for 15,000, and the whole thing crashes and falls apart, and everything stops. So as you can see, all of these warehouses here are already 2/3 full just of sulfur, because things have got wildly out of control over here. And so I'm going to fly out, put in some more warehouses, and fix it up. Yes, hello Gelquin, hello Doopy. Welcome to the stream, both of you. I've got my ship flying now, so I can do things like being friendly. I've forgotten how to play this game. What's the key? That's the control I wanted. So the next thing I want to do is go over to Talos, and there are a few things I want to do on Talos as well. Specifically, right, let's turn the to-do list back off again. Thanks for the resub, Mark. Much appreciated. What's that? 17 months. Wow. I approve. Thank you. So over here, yes, we need to. Well, I can either wire into this combinator here, or somebody pointed out I could just use a green cable on the output here. And if I put a green cable from there to there instead of a red cable from there to there, then that will apparently fix all the problems. Let's find out. Train's still sat there. Why are you still sat there? Seems to have made it worse. So what are we doing? No, wait. Hang on. Look, check that again. Right, so... Yes, you're here. So you're waiting for 5 seconds of inactivity and 0 berylliums. Oh, right. Okay. Ah, yes. Yes, I remember now. The problem wasn't that the train wasn't going. The problem was back over on Norbit, the Talos ship wasn't going. The Talos ship that was, he says optimistically, was here because it was trying to load some yellow into the spaceship, and there is no such thing as yellow, so it couldn't load it in, so it was sitting there going, well, I don't know. But now we've told it not to be expecting some yellow. It's cleared off, so that's fine. That means the Talos ship is now on its way over. Here it is. Once it gets back out to Talos, then we can start things flowing over there, and then that will sort out some of the other problems that were pending. So if we have a look back in on Talos again, yes, so we have this problem here where this belt here is all clogged up because the spaceship hasn't been flying to take the trash away. And so that means that yes, all of this is backed up. All of the core chunks are backing up. Well, they're backing up. I mean, they at the moment it's backed up on one side. The other side is gradually filling up. So once that fills up all the way back to here, then we'll have problems because then we won't have any extra beryllium flowing around here. We won't be able to load these machines up. Everything is going to grind to a halt, and I should be very sad. But in the meantime, it's going to tick over, and then when the ship gets out here, we'll be able to start dealing with all of this scrap again. Hello, Mike. Hello, Tempe.
Good evening. How are we all?
Everybody except you and well, I don't know about you, but the other two have both got plagues of various types, so we probably won't be hearing a great deal from them today. However, the show must go on, so they've come along and joined in anyway. So very 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 dedicated of them. I'm very impressed.
It's good. You have dedicated minions.
Apparently so. Who knew? Well, 2 of them anyway.
I'm surprised. Yeah,
they showed up on time.
Yeah. The bridge in the centre of town that goes over the river ordinarily is, 4 meters, 3 meters maybe, clearance from the water level of the river to the bridge. It is currently submerged.
Oh, I see. So you got to have that nice spray effect around your car as you went through it.
I didn't go through it.
Probably sensible, really.
By submerged, I don't mean, a 1/16 of an inch, oh dear, I'd better wear me wellies. I mean, get a boat. Rather than going under the bridge, the boat now goes over the bridge. It's, yeah. It's a bit wet. Most unfortunate. But it is somewhat delayed journeys home and so on.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's I have noticed that it has rained every single day this year.
Yep.
Which is,
a
lot.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Right, so I need to go in here. I need to set this to not take the naquium crystals because that has caused a problem already. Are they a resource? They're presumably a resource. Yes, they are. Naquitite crystals minus a bajillion. Right. Hello, Johan. Welcome. So yes, what was happening down here is these inserters weren't filtering out the naquitite crystals. They weren't being told not to deal with the naquitite crystals, so they're bringing them up here. And so we've got a few of them up here that probably should be tidied up. But I think I'm going to have a little while before I absolutely need to deal with that, because there's plenty. There's not very much there, and we don't get much junk coming out this way, so it should be fine for a while. Happy New Year to you too. Yes, first Factorio stream of the year. Although I was around and playing Satisfactory on Tuesday, so not quite the first stream of the year. Okay, so let's bring the to-do list back up again, because I've remembered to put it in, so I might as well look at it. No, fix the filter for naquium crystals in Norbit Spaceport. Done that. Finish belt for naquium crystal train in Norbit Spaceport. Done that. Prevent overloading of Deep Space Science catalogues into the station. Ah, yes. So over yonder, I have pointed out to myself that I don't have anything along here to stop these catalogues just running into these warehouses forever. I've also realised while I was doing the videos that I haven't left enough space for bringing in all of the all the different Deep Space Science packs, because there's only a small gap down the bottom here. So I might need to bring I could bring a couple of them in across the top actually. No, I take it back. I haven't done it very helpfully, but there is room for all of them. Just. So yeah, we shall find a way, as they say. Snow over there, you say? Okay. Fair enough. I can see if it's a choice between watching my streams and going skiing, I can see why you'd choose the latter. I guess. Well, very disappointed in you, of course. Someone on stream says, bless you. Apparently you're loud.
Well, yeah.
She says thank you. What we're doing over here, right? Oh yes, Deep Space Science Catalog 1, and we're trying to put in a row into the trains. And I can't remember how high Deep Space Science Catalog stacks, so let's check that out. I have got a train for these, haven't I? Yes, but that's quite unhelpful because there aren't any in it. Can we just safely assume it's the same as all the other catalogues, do you think? We probably can. What's the worst that could happen? What are these? 50 each. Okay, so we can get 500 in a row. So it's 500 in a 500 in a wagon because we're using it for various different things. So I think we normally set these to 1,000, and then that'll probably work. Okay, Mark. See, I see your request. So I want you to say if less than 1,000, then run, and the same for you. And now that should split the that should stop this should stop this warehouse from filling up when it gets a little bit too excited, and we actually start making Deep Space Science catalogs at quite a rate. So far we've probably only made about 20 of them or something. Well, 600. That's a bit like 20, although maybe not that much like 20. Okay, so that's another one of my to-do list items to done. So why isn't DSS catalog train? Oh, right, yes. I had a couple of people point this one out to me in the video comment. So this train here is supposed to leave when D equals 1, but it's set to D equals a signal of 1, not D equals a value of 1, because apparently I'm a muppet. So there we go, now it's leaving. And what's worse is I stared at this for a not insignificant amount of time when I was making the video, and still got it wrong. So okay, that's that fixed anyway, which is the most important thing. It's very useful having people error checking for me. Nutrient gel for bio is struggling, but once the advanced neural gel buffer fills up, it'll probably be okay. Limit the jet tank to 275. Yes, I remember. Hide. There we go. 20 stuck on the motorway for 20 hours. Crikey, that is a long time. Makes Mike's flooded bridge look like looks like nothing. Right, so you are now at 53,000. So if I come along and tweak you and say I want you to pump when the neuralizer is below 75,000. Then it'll stop pumping, and 75,000 is enough to fill up one of these trains, and then a little bit of spare. So we'll keep chugging that through gradually. Hello, other Mike, welcome. But although that said, this is not currently running. Why are you not currently running? Because you've run out of both pink input goos. Lovely. So we've got no nutrient gel and no neural gel. Now I imagine this is all down to the nutrient gel, and we've probably run out of fertilizer or something, I to guess, but let's find out. Nutrient gel, you, and this is probably, as I say, this is probably causing the shortages of everything else. And so you're missing fertilizer. Again, this is probably, I think this is a throughput issue, but I think once we have enough of it, we'll be okay. And that isn't quite as vacuous as it sounds. Once we've filled up that tank at the top, we'll stop ripping through the nutrient gel at quite the same rate, and everything will calm down a little bit, and then the supply of fertilizer we have coming through should be okay now that Mike bumped the numbers last week to tell it to bring up sensible amounts of it. So I think that should not now all be okay. That means I've done all of my to-do list except well, except for the stuff out in Stardust, but I'm on my way there. And I haven't come up with an intelligent way to get the naquium supply train to work yet. Or at least I haven't programmed it to do something intelligent yet. Let's find out how far I've got to go yet. We are still 5 minutes out from Stardust. Okay, no problem. So, back to Talos then. Talos is where all the exciting stuff is happening. Probably. Because there's this train here. Well, there isn't this train here, but sometimes there is this train here. It comes down and it picks stuff up. No, that's not the train I was thinking of. This train over here, the supply train, is what? I have made myself notes and instructions, but I don't know what I meant by them. So naquium supply train, that's this one, to leave when it's full or 1 second of inactive and there's stuff up top. Oh yeah, because it is the same train doing this and this bit. Right, yes, okay. So if we go back up top side again, yeah, we have this train here, and we want it to depart from the bottom. So that's this, yeah, naquium pickup. We want it to depart from here when it's full. I need to program a clever full rather than, because it's loading 3 different things up. So we need a circuit signal of full. So when we get a circuit condition of, let's do d equals 1 again. That's fine. It keeps it the same as the one above. So we'll do that. D equals 1. Even if that's a waste of a combinator, it makes it slightly easier to read. So we'll do that. So on a second of activity and d equals 1, or when so that's the full that we're talking about in the text that you probably can't read very well, and it's not too badly in the way. That's I'll leave it there for a moment. And 1 second of inactive. Okay, so we're having an inactivity of 1 second again, and there's nothing, and there is stuff up top to get. So that'll be a signal circuit condition of S for stuff. There we go. S equals 1. And that should be an AND. So right, now it'll leave if it's full, it'll leave, and also if it's been inactive and there is stuff to go and get. However, if there's nothing up at the top, it won't bother going to trying to go and get it. It'll just wait at the bottom and load up and load up and load up until it's full. And if we've run out of stock completely, then it'll just sit there at the bottom. So that's fine. We just now need to send an S equals 1 down when there's something up here for it to go and get. And at the moment we have a transmitter here that is transmitting Talos for naquium. Yeah, so that is transmitting the stuff in this warehouse, but it is also transmitting the stuff in these warehouses, Talos for naquium, but not this one. No, it's to Stardust. So I guess if we take the signal, if we put in a receiver to pick up Talos from naquium down here, what are you receiving? You're receiving science stock. Why are you receiving science stock? What are you doing with that? Oh, that's going over to these two. Okay, fine. So put in another one of these here. And I'll run the if I run the signal from down here up over there, I won't be able to because I don't have long enough pilot cables. But if I put one there, actually no, I don't need that. If I run a red cable, if I extend this red cable, because this has got all of the stock in these warehouses, up and round here like that, I can then put in an arithmetic combinator to negate all of that, or the signal on there, and then a decider combinator to say if anything on here is positive, then send a train up. So put that to there, and say you are each times -1. output each. You are to be, what was it, Talos from Naquium or something like that? Talos for Naquium, yes, that one. And we'll put you into the back of that one and that one. Feed these two in there together, and then I can decide a combinator that to give me the output I wanted. However, I don't appear to have any decider combinators on this planet. That's frustrating. There was one over here. There's a combinator over here that I ended up not needing, but it's an arithmetic, so that's no help. Get rid of it anyway, because it might as well not be there. You're a decider, yes. That's annoying. I've run out of decider combinators. There any in here? No. Okay, well, we'll finish that off later. For now, the train's just going to come here until a full... Oh, wait, I can't... I can't set that up because the I'm going to need another. Partly, I'm going to need another decider combinator for it, and they're going to need power. But that part isn't a problem. I can just do that much. So what I normally do is I put a connection on the belts along here. So saying if there's anything on the belt, then we know if the belt is full, then we know the train has stopped loading. If the belt is full and the train is inactive, then the train has stopped loading. However, I can do it a slightly different way. I can watch for anything in this warehouse, and if there's anything in the warehouse and the train has inactivity, then it means the train has finished loading and is completely full. So that's going to be all right. I just need these decider combinators, and we haven't got any of those, so I'll just have to wait until I've arrived and come back again from Stardust. And I'm still a minute and a half away because we're running at 43 frames per second at the moment, or 43 UPS at the moment. So that's a little bit slow. Still, that's.
You say you were using a combinator you didn't need before.
Yes, but it was an arithmetic one, unfortunately, not a decider. Yeah. So I've just pulled that up, and it didn't help. I wonder if there are any other decider combinators around this map that I could just steal. Ideally, I need 2 to get the system to work properly, and I don't think I've used large quantities of combinators anywhere, unfortunately. How hard are they to make? 5 copper cable and 5 electronic circuits. Do I have any electronic circuits? Probably not, but you never know. And those are just copper and stone. And I've got there seems to be a load of copper in the logistics system storage, which is a bit of a concern, but sure. So what I'm going to do is put in a furnace. Hopefully a furnace is the things I've got. So that'll make copper. That'll make stone bricks. And hopefully these are things I've got as well. That'll make cables. So that can make green circuits. So that can make... I think this is right. So I want to do copper. You are to do stone bricks. Why is that a logistics thing? That's nonsense. So that you can do... Yeah, you do stone tablets. That one. You do copper cables, I think. And then you can do green circuit. No, this has gone wrong. I don't want that one there. I want that one here, and then this one here. Don't need you. Which means I could have put some of these things in slightly different places, but never mind. No, wait. What? Oh yeah. So that goes that way. That goes that way. That goes there. That goes there. And there. For you to make the copper cables like that, and then for you to make those combinators. There we go. As advanced Factorio builds go, this one's actually fairly simple, but it took me slightly longer to think that one through than I would like to admit. There we go. It does require me to get that. That does require that Talos spaceship to arrive in order to get this flowing, so that we can grab the resources we need from here. And apparently, it requires another roboport, because I didn't think of that at all before I set things up. But roboports are things we have. Decider combinators are things we do not have, which is wonderfully silly. So there we go. Now, as I say, we just need to start pulling some stuff through. So speaking of, where is the Talosian ship? Still on its way. Okay, that's taking longer than I was expecting, but okay. I guess it's just, you know, a long way. Speaking of a long way, I have arrived in Stardust. Bum bum bum. So I shall land here, like that. Mark, I have arrived at Stardust. Do your
yes,
worst.
I placed down 4 combinators. If you can really place them.
I've done 3 of them. Where's the 4th one?
Oh,
is that the constant at the bottom?
Constant,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, all right. Done. I didn't see that one get placed. Right, so now let's fix this in a somewhat kludgy way. But you know what to say. If it's a stupid idea and it works, it's still stupid. You just got lucky. I think I'm going to have probably at least 2 warehouses worth of nonsense, I mean sulfur, to deal with here. So let's put in 2 of those. And then... Wait, that needs to be further up than that. Actually, wait a minute. What that needs? No, that needs. Yeah, it needs to be there, and then we want to use superior inserters, like that and that. And then out in. Nope, stay there. And then I need one of those loaders that I left in this ship down here somewhere. There we go. These bunnies. So we'll load there and unload there. That goes in. That comes out. Can't explain that. And so we then also navsat. We want to then link this warehouse to bop like that. You guys are your filter inserting. Yes. You guys are going to pass through when sulfur is greater than 1,000. You guys are going to pass through when sulfur is less than 800. And so we should load this up. When this gets to 1,000, it will then get passed on into the warehouse above. Yes, when it finally gets to 1,000. Come on, chop chop. Like that. There we go. Then it gets passed on up to the other warehouse. This will be kept at just about 1,000 then until this one fills up. But at some point in the future, if we use up all of the sulfur, then things will start to sort themselves out. Now, what I do need to do is put in a couple of pylons there, and probably there will do. And then let's put in a couple of pylons. Do it by hand, because this game's going to be difficult. Right, and I need to link those in. Otherwise, we'll just end up bringing even more sulfur out, and it'll get even more silly, and I'll feel even more silly. I'll feel even more silly, and nobody wants that. Let's try that again. Link the cable from there to there to there. It's a red cable, isn't it? I realised I didn't check. Yeah, maybe. Are you connected? Yeah, it's only the red cable is connected to this. The green one isn't. Right. Okay. So that's sending the signal back over to Norbit. So we're now the sulfur. Even though we've got extra sulfur, we are still counting. We're still counting what's in these warehouses down here against the amount of sulfur that we've got up here in total. And so we should hopefully then be able to unload the last 20,000 sulfur. Jeez. You see the problem I'm having here, don't you? There's rather a lot of sulfur being requested. And I think actually, you know what, I'm going to make another one of these and put it here. Why are these guys not running? Oh, derp. Right, okay, yes. So we need to actually link these up with a green cable. Didn't think of that. And then unlink them with the red cable, and then take those green cables out of there as well, because that's a nonsense. Oh, for goodness sake, stop doing that. I hate you. There, right. So now we've got what's going on is we're passing the sulfur down. Goes into here. When this gets to 1,000, it starts putting it into here. When this one gets to 1,000, it starts putting it into here. As the as it goes into in reverse, and the warehouses start to run out, it'll then get passed down, and this one will always be kept full. So that should work quite nicely, I think. Yeah, should be fine. I'm going to leave in this yonder yellow chest. I'm going to leave some more warehouses and some more loaders, just in case all of this goes wrong again. And it turns out I need to build this up again. We've got 30 construction bots there, so that's good, that's handy. That has, however, now broken this off from its connection to all of the other robot ports around here. So I guess I better put another... What I should actually do is leave this one in construction mode, and then put in another one next to it that will do the logistics handlings. So down there will work, I think. There we go. And also, there were a couple of other things down here. Oh, I've left the to-do list up again. But there were a couple of other things. One of which was that piece of cable piece of belt that I've just put in. There we go. So now you can see the methane ice flowing along over here. Get rid of the to-do list. There we go. So right now the methane ice is flowing, and we'll load. And if we want it, if it's wanted at the other end, we'll load some of that into the ship as well. So that's good. But we do still have 19,000 sulfur that we're trying to unload. I mean, and we are unloading it. It's pouring out a solid belt over here, but the problem is there's so much of it, and when it does, actually, I was going to say when it does flow in, it's taking the iridium in instead to fill the warehouse up. But no, that's not actually what's happening. We've got enough of the sulfur flowing in there that we're sorry, the sulfur flowing out at the bottom means sulfur is flowing in at the top because it's going into the same stack that it's coming out of. So we'll be okay until basically it'll carry on running just forever like this, because yes, that's staying steady there. So it'll keep going, and gradually we'll get a little bit more of it being pulled out of this warehouse into here, and as we use the iridium, it'll pull a bit more of that through as well. But we won't be using any iridium. Oh, so we actually no, take it back. We are making a nice healthy stream of the crushed naquitite at the moment. So that much is working at least. The system is working over here. We've got a spaceship that's a little bit trapped, but it is sorting itself out. Now let's speed this up a little bit by taking some of that and putting it into here. I'm not sure how much this is going to... That was the wrong one I just took from, but never mind. I need to take it from here, actually, like that. There we go. That's a good question. The sulfur is the worst because I'm ordering it in the largest quantities. But that doesn't mean the other things won't be a problem as well, potentially. Put that, no, I don't want it. And as you can see, we are draining the sulfur out still. Whether there's going to be enough room to store that, because there's this much. If I sort the warehouse, there is this much sulfur and only this much iridium. So the iridium is less of a problem than the sulfur because we're not asking for as much of it, because I know we don't get through quite as much. Oh, there we go. We've had another ship arrive immediately with its own load of, with its own. Actually, this one hasn't got quite as much. This one's only got about less than 10,000 in total. So this one is a little bit more sensible. And that's emptying quite nice and quickly. Let's take the sulfur from there as well, just to, keep the place tidy. Yeah, okay, so yes, we have sulfur flowing in there and out, straight out here. So it is working as expected. How many ships have we got stacked up waiting to land here? None. Actually, there is another one on its way out. How much sulfur have you got? And again, only about 10,000 in this one. So 10,000 feels like a reasonable amount, but oh, good point. I forgot about powering the inserters. Yes. Thank you. I can put these here, and well, I can put one here and here and here, and I guess lose one of those in exchange for a power connection. Get rid of you. Oh, I've broken it. I'm predictably broken it, but still, it needs to be fixed. Fix it like that. There we go. Alright, so we've now only got 2 inserters passing up into this one, but they're pretty quick. I think that's probably going to be all right. My biggest concern, that's full, that's half full, that's empty. Okay, so I think we do have a decent amount of headroom now. I think this should be fine for a while. We do have a little bit of iridium in there. Let's lend a hand. Can you take that? You can take that. There we go. So now, when this ship is now filling up normally and naturally, it's been empty. I gave it a little bit of help for emptying, but that's fine. It's going to sit here now until it's filled up with suitable amounts of osnamium, crushed naquium. I was going to say I'm a little bit concerned about the amount of methane ice we're going to be transporting here, in that we might have the same problem with the methane ice at the other end. But I think actually it's probably going to be all right, because this mine isn't all that quick and methane ice stacks up pretty high. Yeah, so it's probably going to be all right. Now, I did consider having a system, well, not here, at the other end, over in Norbit, to set a maximum on the amount of sulfur that can be put into a ship at any one time. Because that's what's causing the problem. Is we're taking occasionally the ships take out too much sulfur, and so what I would want to do for that is take the signal that comes from here, and if the sulfur signal is more than 10,000, say, is less than minus 10,000, because it'll be a negative one, won't it, coming through? What was it? Hey, there are so many different signals here, and I don't know what any of them mean. So what are you receiving? You're receiving from Stardust. Okay, so this is getting the signal from Stardust. It's feeding it to a cable network that goes to here. So this is currently claiming there is 30,000 sulfur in Stardust. Or no, 30,000 more than we want to have. So we won't be shipping any more out at the moment. I don't know what this 306,000 sulfur is all about. Oh, do we multiply by 10 for some reason? I can't remember why. Yes, but I can't remember. I don't know why. I'm sure there's a good reason for it though. Oh, to stop these unloading when there's when they shouldn't. Right. Okay. Yeah, so at the moment we're getting a signal of 30,000 through because we have 30,000 more than the minimum amount we want to have. So that's okay, I think. How much do we have? 10, 25. Okay, thank you. 35, 55, 50. Yeah, about 55,000.
Is one of the planets we care about?
No.
No.
No. Okay, no worries.
No, nobody cares about Dracket. Poor old Dracket. So we have a fair chunk of iridium here. There is quite a lot of it, actually. I think iridium is going to have had the same problem in that we're going to have rather a lot of it, but it should sort itself out now that all the ships have stopped flying, and we can stockpile a bit of it. And we can stockpile a bit of the excess in these warehouses up here anyway. So it's probably not the end of the world. And we're able to pull... Yeah, I think this is probably okay, but I'm going to stay here for a bit longer and keep an eye on it. But I will go and hide in my spaceship so I'm not burning life support cans unnecessarily. Right. I think that's going quite well. So while that's sitting there and we're letting it see if it sorts itself out, let's go back over here and see if we've made anything. We've not made anything. Where is that Talos spaceship? It's got here apparently. Opposite end. It's not here. Oh, it is clearly. Oh, it's been and gone. Right. Okay. And the train is here and loading up with stuff that's been brought in by the Talosian ship. Okay, that's okay. So what happened? The ship has arrived. It's picked up its full warehouses of stuff, and we've chucked a bit more through there. Yeah, the iridium doesn't stack very high, but it's because it's a tough metal, and that makes sense, of course. Over here, we've ground to a complete halt, but when the train comes back down again, we'll load up. We'll have some more resources down here, and the and we can load this back up again, pull some of this through, and everything should start to work. TM. In the meantime, this train is never going to leave, but that's okay because it's going to take a long time to fill up. So I don't care. Well, I'll wait for those. We can wait for those combinators to arrive. At the other end, we're waiting. Yeah, so just waiting for this train to fill up. It'll be it's waiting for these to fill up. They are mostly full. Filling up with vulcanite takes quite a long time because we have one belt bringing down vulcanite. Vulcanite stacks to 200, and so we've got one belt trying to bring 100 times 200 to 20,000. We're waiting for this belt to bring 20,000 vulcanite across, and that's a lot. But it's nearly there now, so we'll. I mean, the system, the basic idea is working. It's just a bit slow to fill it up when you've got vulcanite available. And yeah, there's only another 5,000 of it available, so that means we're going to have brought over most of it on this first train load, so it won't be as bad next time. But fill up faster. I could just dispatch the train, but that feels like cheating. I feel like I should let the systems just work if there's not a problem with them, and only go in and start sort of poking and interfering when there's actually a real genuine problem. Hello, Hohenheim. Welcome to the stream. You another space exploration player? We're doing SE and Krastorio² here, and we're doing a no LTN run because we're masochists. And also we're doing K2SE because we're masochists, I suppose, as well. So yes, welcome. I'm sure you'll fit in. Oh, here we go. Nearly full. All right. So now this backs up along here. The train has a 5 seconds of inactivity, okay. And then it leaves, and then it drops down here. And now we have the exciting part, because this train is now going to be able to fill itself up with rubbish. We'll unload a bit first, but that's fine. And then once we've got a stack of each one out, well, a bit more than a stack because they immediately jammed, but you know the theory's good. Once we've got a couple of stacks out and we can start making this flow properly, then we can start to quickly empty the junk out of here. This starts to flow as well, as you can see. Why are the core chunks coming through? I mean, because it's overflowed. That's why. That makes sense. Oh, wonder which to go plan. I'd say have a look at. So you need vulcanite. So here we go. Now this is. I'll talk about that in a second. So yeah, over here now we have a supply of stuff flowing past the belt. These inserters can grab whatever they need, and that should mean this will eventually rattle through here. We'll be able to start making all the bits and pieces we want, and then make these combinators. So I'd say your decision over which one to go after first depends on which of the two science packs you want to make next. Presumably, if you're in Norbit, you've already started making these ones, the space science packs, because you don't need anything too special for those. It's just stuff you can bring up with you. The next question is between these two. So you've got the production science in red and utility science in turquoisey colour. So it's up to you to decide which of those two you'd rather go for first. As you can see, this one requires vulcanite, this one requires the cryonite. So have a look at the researchers available and decide based on that, I'd say. It looks like, I'm pretty sure we did vulcanite first in order to get this one, but while I was off getting vulcanite, because we're doing multiplayer, Tristan was off getting cryonite, so after we put these down, we could very, very quickly put these ones down as well. So we didn't have quite the same level of dilemma you do in single player, because we were able to do both at the same time, but I think we prioritised the production science slightly higher. I can't remember why now, because it was about 150 hours of play, and therefore probably a year ago, but that's what we did. Right, so you are filling up with everything, just a little bit gradually because we're not making the electronic circuits quickly enough because they take all the cables from here. But that's fine. The system is working. We just need this to. The system is theoretically working. What we've overfull on now? Why are you not? Why are you sad? Got too much oil. Okay. That's right. No, hang on. You should just be cracking the oil down. Got too much petroleum. We have too much petroleum. That's ridiculous. Because we're not doing any beryllium processing, therefore we're not getting through the sulfur. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay. Right. So, there is a lot of old stuff around here that isn't really needed anymore. So I guess what I need to do here is put in a barreling machine over here. This will be a barrel of laughs. Getting barrels to here. I can't cook the steel around here very easily, but if I do that and that, I could. Yeah, I could do that, Jethro. But that, sorry, Jethro. But that feels like, I'm not going to say cheating, but it feels wrong. Especially voiding oil, because oil is kind of valuable. So instead, I'm going to do it the far more complicated but also interesting way of bringing that round here and in there, and that needs slightly more power because of course it does. And so you can make barrels. Barrels. You can make oil barrels, which is where is it? Don't be crude. There it is. Make that, and then we can dump those out over to here, and we'll rotate you that way, and we'll put in a yeah, I guess we'll put in a tank. We need a tank and a pump. That's helpful. Yeah, if I put you there, and then underground to there, and then pipe to there, so that just gets filled up. This is where I find out I don't have half this stuff, and then end up having to make more miscellaneous weird things out here, like I did with the decider combinators. But no, it seems to be all right. Put that there, and then when this has been placed, I can then, well, for now it's going to work absolutely fine for the moment because we've got this dumping into the tank. But I'd rather have a more long-term solution because I'm not a complete savage. So we'll hook that up to there, and we'll tell that to run when crude oil is greater than 20,000. Like that. There we go. So there we go. Yes, we are indeed barreling the oil and sending it back over to Norvis to be somebody else's problem. For NX3, we found that our Vulcanite moon, so the nearby Vulcanite moon over Norvis, had a bit of water on it. So we were able to do that one without needing to send ice around. However, that's a good point. If you go off to the proper Vulcanite planet, you are going to want ice for the water supply, so you can make power, which is going to mean you're going to want to go for. You're probably going to want cryonite first for that reason. Yeah, that's a fair point. You should have if you look on your solar system, Norvis should I believe, and I'm under the impression this is standard at just everywhere, should have 3 moons. There's the first one that's got lots and lots of oil and miscellaneous amounts of other things. Then there's one that's got lots of cryonite, and then there's one that's got lots of vulcanite, and I believe they should all be peaceful to give you that sort of little initial grasp thing. But okay, yeah. If you have to go out to your equivalent of Agnea for your vulcanite, then that's good. It's going to be a bit harder. You're probably better off going after the cryonite first, so you can get water over there. Because you are going to need some water. Yes, I think you do need some water for the vulcanite processing, don't you? Pretty sure. Yeah. So you need to bring it. Yeah, you need to bring in water in order to process the vulcanite into vulcanite. So you're going to want that. Yeah, Cryonite planet will need nuclear power because it's so far from the sun. I don't like relying on solar panels on planets because I find putting in enough accumulators to keep everything happy is a massive pain in the proverbial. So I tend not to do that. But it is an option if you need to, yes. Oh, the Talos ship is almost back again. That's good. Right, so now everything should be happy. Yes, here we go. We've made some decider combinators. Let's put a limit on that because otherwise we will end up with a very, very silly number of them. Why can you not? Oh, logistics networks connect to the logistics. There we go. That's what I was. Click the wrong button due to minor muppetry. So decider combinators is less than. Let's have 50, just because 50 is a number, and then this can tick over gently. We'll produce the combinators, and well, yeah, we should be fine. So that means Solar's solar's not too bad, except that it requires you need lots of accumulators to keep it running properly, and that's a pain in the what's name. All right, so you there, and you to. For goodness sake, can I go to there? Yes, that should be fine then. And also you to there, and you to there. Right, so along here we're multiplying everything by -1. So that's fine. We then want to add it onto the signal that's coming out of here. So that cable is wrong. That cable should go to there. Multiply it by and then if anything is greater than 1, greater than 0, output 1 S for stuff. Down here, we want to say if anything is greater than 0, output 1 D. Have I just made this thing unnecessarily complicated? Almost certainly. Let's check that. Yeah, because those two are exactly the same. So actually, I don't need one of these. I could just run the cable from there to there. So now we've got let's see. So yeah, we've got the signal coming from over here. So this is the amount of stuff that we have down here that's also being transmitted. And then we've got the we're receiving the signal over here, but we don't have power for it, so let's put in one of these like that. Then we're receiving the signal of what's in space. However, the what's in space also includes what's on the floor. So we're subtracting what's on the ground from the signal that's coming in here, which should leave us with what's in space. If there is anything in space, then this will output an S for stuff of 1S. I think I'm going to need another pylon actually for this cable run. This isn't going to be long enough. So that cable shouldn't be there. That cable should go to there. Which it could be, but it can't reach, so hence this pylon. So, if there's anything in this box, or if there's anything in space, and the train has been idle for an arbitrary short amount of time, let's set this to, which one am I doing at the moment? I'm doing S. Then we can, yeah, right. So I'll finish wiring it up, and then I'll explain what I'm doing slightly better. You send a train. You are good. So let's make the 1 second of inactivity a little bit longer. And let's get rid of these two conditions. So now it's watching for anything on the S circuit, which means either there is something in this warehouse, or it means there is something on the signal transmission from over here. Or there is. It either means there is something in this warehouse, or there is something up in space. Either way, it means the train can therefore leave, because if there's something in the warehouse for 5 and the train is inactive for 5 seconds, that means the train is full. However, if the whole system breaks because it runs out of input, then if there's something up in space and the train is inactive for 5 seconds, which it will be because there's nothing being loaded in from here, then it will also go. So it'll go if it's full, or it'll go if it's not loading and there's stuff available to go and get in space. And those are the times when I want it to go. So that's good. Now this system is now I believe is now correct, and so should work and do everything that I wanted to do. Right, that felt complicated, but I don't think it was actually that complicated, but it kind of felt it. So I think that means I've now done everything on the to-do list. Let's put it on something slightly darker. So I've fixed the belt in Stardust. Yes, I've stopped. Marc has stopped the ships leaving Stardust early because that's why we have Marc. He's good with ships, and he designed them, so he knows how they work in theory. Right, let's have a look at the sulfur levels over here, because this is the sort of the next thing on the list that need to make sure that this is working nicely. It's not working nice. It is working, but it's not working quite as nicely as I would like. So, because we're prioritising the sulfur because that's what we're pulling back out again on the belt, which is why these two are flowing, but this one isn't. I could put in another warehouse over here to store the iridium. How much iridium? We haven't got that much. Okay, we've got quite a lot of iridium. we do have quite a lot of iridium here. In fact, we have more iridium in the warehouse than we do sulfur. Alright, let's put in a warehouse for the iridium. I'm probably going to... Well, I don't know. I'm not going to regret this, but it might just be a bit unnecessary. Stop falling off the world. God, I can't take you anywhere. Not even a weird spacey asteroid field. Right. How big do you need to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a space underneath. Okay, that was fine. I think one buffer warehouse is... No. What are you doing? Stop it. No. Don't do that. There we go. Try this again. Right. So yes, I think one buffer warehouse for iridium is probably going to be all right. But also I need to link that into there. I said also I need to link that into there like that, so that it's included in the count. Yeah, iridium is difficult. Wait till you discover naquium. That stacks up to 10. Or at least naquitite stacks up to 10. That's even more fun. Do you see how quickly my trains unload? Yeah, it's certainly a thing. Fortunately, once you've crushed it, it stacks to 20, which is much better. The final ingots, I think, probably only stack to 10 as well, though, but that's after a lot more processing. So, now, there we go. We have the iridium flowing out there. We have stuff flowing in here. Yes, this is all kind of fine. Interestingly, it's emptied this warehouse first. Factorio does like to play favourites sometimes, but never mind. This seems to be... it'll do. Naquium in 10 months. Yeah, it took us probably took us about best part of a year to get from getting to space to getting to naquium. You'll have to go out and check the videos if you want a more accurate number than that. But it feels like it took about that long anyway. Right. So how long you said for inactivity? 5 seconds. That's probably a bit excessive. I think you need more than 1 second of inactivity. Because if you're doing anything, you're going to be... If you're here, you're going to be kind of busy, so that's fine. Right, so we're emptying out the naquium. That's getting crushed, and hopefully the train will clear off before when we're ready to get for the next one to come straight back in again. We are loading in quite a lot of methane ice. I'm hoping that's not going to be a problem. I don't think it is going to be. I think it'll be absolutely fine, as long as the naquium keeps flowing. Yeah, over here we've managed to successfully empty the ship, and now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Talos again, and I'm going to drop the amount we're requesting here, because I suspect this is going to cause... Oh, it's only on 5,000. Let's put that to 1,000 for now, and then when some more ships have been through, I will maybe remember to put it back to 5,000 again, because 5,000 is a more sensible number. But as it is, we're doing 5,000 per ship. No, we're not. We're doing quite a lot more than that. Now it's getting blown up. Oh, it's Norvis. Guys, Norvis is getting attacked.
Yeah, that's me. No worries.
I like the way that Laurence
attack Norvis.
Guys, can someone else deal with the major issue that's going on? It's fine.
I'm a 20-minute flight away in the fastest spaceship we have.
Do you or do you not have navsat?
I do, which is why I'm now coming out to see what's going on. And it turns out it's Marc, as stated. I
do like the laser artillery go pew pew.
They do indeed go pew. It is a satisfying sound. It's also a satisfying range.
It's just satisfying.
Yeah, they're just fantastic in general.
Yeah.
Pew pew pew. Oh, and now the ones in the previous pillbox. There's only 2 of them, but still, they have started shooting as well. I hope we don't get splash damage problems. Well, I think I'm pretty sure they're killing the biters faster than they're spawning, and they're killing spawners as well. So I'm sure Marc's going to be fine. Okie dokie, how are we doing? Yeah, as I say, I think this is now probably sorted, although I'm not quite sure why this is still feeding Oh, it's not counting what's on the ship. Right, so it is just going to load in as much as it can. Okay, so the ship's stock is on this green cable. It's being fed out over here, and then up to here, and then across to here? Yeah. Yes, but it says minus 11,000. What? So you're saying... Where are you... What? There must be a... Right, so... What? So you hold the stuff on the ship, except you've got an enormously negative... You know what? I'm just going to turn this off. Because I think it's gone. It's turned into an enormous amount of nonsense. The laser artilleries are Krastorio², I believe. So yeah, I'm afraid you're probably not going to get to play with those. They're not quite as yeah. You I mean, I was going to say, I don't think Vanilla SE comes with lots of extra exciting weapons, but they're all handheld weapons. There's no big turrets that are available, I don't think. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you get various other things, like you get the biological sneeze gun, which spreads disease, unsurprisingly. You get the iridium gun is a rail gun, which is good fun. You get a freeze gun, and you get a lightning gun. And then you do get plague rockets and various other sort of anti-planetary stuff.
There are more bioweapon style things. It's not just the plate gun, or rather, it's the gun, but you've got different ammunitions that can go in it, which have different effects.
Oh, okay.
In 0.6. However, in sort of simple terms, by the time that you can manufacture that kind of thing in any kind of quantity, you've
kind of don't need it.
Got basically the ability to purge planets from orbit.
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem with the military progression in space exploration. I would say, as Mike says, by the time you can do it, you don't need to.
Yeah,
which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. But well.
The same way that like the I don't know, the background screen on the menu has things like ship lands and immediately goes into combat. Well, why would you do that? Why would you risk the ship?
Yeah, because it's fun, basically. Yeah, I agree. It's a nice idea, but it's a bit unnecessary. It's a bit pointless in normal play.
Yeah.
Right.
It means we've got a note saying, "Oh, it'd be cool to design a combat ship so we could just sort of drop in and have that fight." But we're doing that because we think it'd be entertaining to do.
No, we're doing that because we want to for the pyramids.
Yeah, but we could do stuff from space. We could blast from space and kill. Actually, that said, I think this is going to be easier than building a landing craft is going to be easier than any other way we could do it, because doing it from space with the energy beams would take forever. Dropping in nukes from space would clear a small area, I suppose. I guess you could do that and then drop in there and then try and get in and out quickly. But the advantage of having the landing ship means you can set up a bit of a beachhead and a sort of safe place to operate from.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is drop in a couple of orbital nukes or the iridium pile driver or whatever it is, clear a little bit of space, even just glaive it for 2 minutes, drop in, fire a plague bomb, wait.
You'd have to drop in, fire a plague bomb, get off the planet again, probably.
Yeah, I mean, but a capsule with some fuel, it's not.
It's not insurmountable, certainly, no. But it's you still have to you have to land on the planet unless you're very patient. And also, if you're trying to do mass drivers you'd have to set up an entire mass driver infrastructure in orbit around the planet, or at least in orbit around that particular sun, because we're going to be venturing outside the solar system, and you can't use delivery cannon weapons.
True.
You can delivery cannon plague rockets.
Oh, okay. But again, but again, that wouldn't work outside. You'd have to put down the infrastructure to launch them in orbit. But admittedly, that's not particularly difficult.
I was going to say, slap down a couple of solar panels.
Yeah.
Space scaffolding, solar panel delivery thing in orbit around the planet via a
Yeah.
single shot.
Yeah, I'd say not difficult, but
Yeah,
but certainly a thing.
yeah.
On a more urgent is too strong a word, but on a sort of more relevant to now question, Mark, I have a spaceship that I would like it to leave when it's full. Is that a problem we have solved?
Full. That's
This
well.
one specifically.
Is it full?
Not yet, but it will. It's
Yeah.
2/3 full, and I would like.
So basically, it's measure. So we have the inactivity of the input inserters combined with is there something in the warehouses. So if there are, I think, at least 100 items in the warehouses on the left side,
Oh, okay.
and the inserters are idle, then it will leave.
Okay, so it should already be implemented. Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because yeah, this ship hasn't. This spaceship hasn't actually filled up yet. I'm just. I'm gradually filling it up over time, and I've dispatched it once manually, and I was wondering whether it would do it automatically all by itself the next time. So awesome. If it will, that's great. Ah, this has stopped. Why has this stopped? Right, so that fills up. We see 5 seconds of activity, but yeah, okay, good. That's working as planned. Over here, oh, it's because we've run out of crushed. That's fair enough. If we don't have any of the input, then it's going to struggle to produce any output. And so we have let's see, we have Stardust in the order of the asteroid that is very nearly back to Kalida's sphere of influence. Stardust 3 with a vengeance on its way back too, and Stardust 2 dustier. Okay, so now it is straight up down to the rate we're producing the crushed naquitite at. So I guess that means I didn't bring any of the stuff with me. I wasn't expecting to have to put in another mine. So that means I now need additional. I must construct additional mining drills, specifically up here on this naquitite patch, and get that one running. So I guess that means. Well, it means a railway going from here up to here, another little mining outpost, and mining drills, and also I might need to consider then trying to find another patch, and that was only 400,000. That's not worth going to. That's about 1 million. It's not too bad, I suppose. That's 1 million as well, and that's 1.4. So how big are the ones I've already got? That one's 3. That one's 6 almost, and this one's about 10. So if I combined this one, this one, and this one together, I could call that one big patch. They're not that close together, but you know I can run long belts. That's not a problem. And this sort of smattering here. I think that's all of it. Oh no, there's another 1.4 over here, and another 1.4 here, and plus another. Okay, there's about 2 million over here. So yeah, having rails coming up to here would be quite good. There's 4.9. There's about 10 million up here though. So combining these two would be quite good. You're doing combat-y stuff, aren't you, Mark? So you won't really appreciate it if I start scanning. I don't need to start scanning yet. Actually, it should be fine.
Okay.
Oh, okay, in that case I will, because then I can see if there's an even bigger patch that would be significantly more worth going to. Right, let's get on with that then. So I don't have any of the stuff I need with me because I didn't plan that far ahead. To be honest, I wasn't expecting the naquium through the mining train throughput to be the limiting factor here. So I'm slightly surprised. So I would like to go back to Norbit. Which is no, type in the box. Norbit, go. Plib. Right, and I shall take a copy of one of my existing mines because this seems like a. If I take this and say I would like to know about this, please. These are all the bits and pieces I could possibly need. Then I come along here and I go and I select this box and I go. I would like to place the thing I just copied into this box, please. There we go. We can now request all the stuff we need for the station. So those, yeah, we only need one of each of those. That should be. I'm going to increase this quite a bit. Yeah, quite a lot. I think it's probably a safe amount to increase it by, and this one as well. Undergrounds probably don't need too many of those. Splitters certainly won't need very many of those. He says ordering 20 of them. Now these pipes, I'm probably going to need. I could need a lot more of these than I'm really prepared for at the moment. So let's order 400 of those, and the underground's probably fine. Pumps, I don't need many more of. I'm going to need a lot more pylon substations. I'm going to need a lot more rail, but that can have its own box. Train stop. I need one train stop. I'm going to need more signals, but that's, again, a separate thing. Combinator, fine. Mining drills, fine. Let's put that up to 150. And speed modules, well, in that case, I better put that up to 450. Right, so that's one mine. And I think I'm going to try and put down 3. So we'll do that. And they should all have... Yes, they've all got the... oh, I need to put request from buffer chests on. That. And then I need one more. And this is going to request all kinds of train bits. So we're going to need a lot of this. It's 100 per row, so that's 4,000 per warehouse. Per chest, sorry. So let's have 3,000. And I'm also going to want a load of signals. I hope so. I certainly am now. No, I was scanning Talos orbit beforehand. Thank you. I was scanning the wrong place. Oops. Thank you. Now I'm paranoid. Let's go away.
Hello, Paranoid. I'm Mike.
Yes, I am scanning the right place now. That's good. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so that's all the bits I need for trains. Actually, I'm going to need some chain signals as well. 50 is probably going to be enough because they're only really used on junctions. I've got the many parts. These shouldn't be 50, to be fair. These probably should be 5. Is this one that changed? Yes. This one should be asking for a load of space pylon substations. Oh, no, wait, no, it shouldn't. It should be asking for... If I look at the blueprints, game blueprints, rails, basic, space rail. Space rail uses, uses regular large pylons. So I'm gonna need a load of those. Also, because it uses those, that means I'm also going to need a load of space scaffolding. This feels like it might be too much for one chest. We'll see how it gets on. Okay, so there's my shopping list. We'll let the ship get back to Norbit, and I can start requesting all of that. Okay, let's go flit back over to Talos orbit again then. How are you getting on? Are you full yet? No, still at 340 out of 512. Okay. I guess it's down the other end. We probably still haven't got any naquitite in, have we? No, we haven't. So for that, we're waiting. Okay, here's the order of the asteroid coming in. It's nearly back, nearly ready to drop off, and then we can get some start to flow through. In the meantime, I've got another 2 trains, 2 locomotives. Yeah, yep. I think you're right. So, okay, I'll copy that to there. And then I can go in here and say, don't get those. I can say to you, don't get those. There we go. That goes a bit. Suddenly there's a bit more room available. I would also like to have some trains. So I'm going to want to make another... 5 seems excessive. If I'm putting down another 3 mines, have four more trains. So it's that, and it's 8 of these. So that means 32. And then I think I put 3 fluid wagons on the back of each one. I think it's 3. Yeah, pretty sure it's 3. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff, but I think it'll probably all be available in Norbit, and I'll be able to just load up on that quite easily. It's 8 minutes away. Okay, well, in the meantime then, let's go back to Norbit. And well, there's not going to be any naquium crystals coming through for a little while, so this isn't just straight up isn't going to work. But that's no reason not to start thinking about the next thing on the list, which is going to be Deep Space Science 2. So let's put down a bit of flooring for that before I do anything else. That's a bit more than I intended. Get rid of the excess. Snip. There we go. Right. So, Deep Space Science 2. Requires cryonite. Do we have cryonite? We have cryonite. Fine. Easy. Except its belt has been used by the snowflake data, but never mind. I'll have to squeeze that through somewhere, somehow, somewhen. I don't know how. I need to be a bit better about my about my bus respect. Still, let's put that in anyway, and bring it down here like this. So there's the cryonite. Annihilation data is pink clouds and purple clouds. We've got pink clouds already. Oh yeah, so I was debating in the video, do I make the purple clouds over here in cloud storage? And I think the answer might be no, because it's kind of cramped around here. What with all these spaceships and other things. I mean, I could put the machines in easily enough down here, but then where would I put the station? And I don't. And the answer would have to be down here, and that's going to be blooming awkward because these warehouses are all in the way. I could bring it down here, I suppose, and then to about here, and then go bop, 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 bop across. I do feel it makes sense to keep all the cloud stuff in the same place, especially as antimatter is just pink clouds and thermofluid. Do we have Oh, we don't have thermofluid over here. All right, well that answers that question then. Rather than building an entire new chilling area, I'm going to we're going to be making the purple clouds over here, and that requires material fabricators. So let's do that first. Material fabricators. They're the really expensive ones. So, but
I'm not sure what matter plants cost.
the really expensive ones are the things we've used so far.
No, I've started placing matter plants.
Oh, the really expensive ones are the things I've started using so far. I'm not going to be able to arrange these nicely because they're 3 fluids, and 3 fluids is silly. So we'll put that there. And when they've been placed, I'll be able to see where the inputs and outputs are for the various different things they require. So that I'll then... Sorry, 3... No, there are 2 inputs, 2 outputs, even worse. So all 4 of these are going to be used. Therefore, I can't rotate... I can't do... Normally, with these sort of things, if I had machines that took in a couple of fluids, I'd put them up against each other, but rotate one of them like I've done... I don't know. Probably somewhere. Where is something that requires fluids? I haven't done it here. But what you can do is if I could rotate that one by 1 like that, you see, and then it wouldn't matter if these 2 were butted up against each other because it's warm on. It'd be the warm against the warm, and that's fine, and cold against cold. I've built them slightly further apart, which means I don't need to worry about that at all. But this would be okay if these machines were pressed up against each other. But when there's 4 different things, because you can't just arbitrarily rearrange them because that would make it too easy. I can't do that, so we're just going to have to do it like this. So, at this point, I can't tell which fluid is going to go where, so we'll just have to wait. Actually, that's not quite true. We know that this one is going to be the same as this one. And this one can go up to here. Actually, no, better idea. This one can go up to here, because then this one can go down to here, and you can go from there to there. That kind of works, I think. And then this one will be a down as well to about there, and then we can go like that. And then over here we do the same sort of thing again. Like that. And now put in all of the straight pipes along here. And then once all of this has been built, I shall then worry about what each of these pipes actually means, because it doesn't, for this part of the design, it doesn't actually matter as long as there's as long as we've got all 4 pipes going to both machines, and we've got left to left, right to right, top to top, bottom to bottom. It should be okay. But no, we've got the machines now, so actually I can program them. And we want you to start making... wait, what? Have we not researched Catalogue 2?
Yeah, we have.
We have.
Did you look at what machine was needed?
Yeah, material...
No, they require all sorts of different machines.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So I see where I went. The annihilation. No, and I don't see where I went wrong. Annihilation data. I don't see where I found antimatter stream.
Matter 1.
It's material. Oh, I'm trying to make antimatter stream. That's where I've gone wrong. Right. Yeah. I've got the right machine. I just confused myself. I want to make antimatter here. I'm not making the card.
Right.
There we go. I'm making the cloud. Yes, Doopy, you're spot on. It's the cloud I was trying to make. That's where I was going wrong and confusing myself. Right. So this is inputs along the top, outputs along the bottom. That feels logical. So we'll keep the machines that way round. Pink cloud's going in the top. Cold going in here from the top pipe. Warm coming out here to the bottom pipe, and antimatter coming out here. Excellent. Is that going to reach? That is going to reach. Even better. So, a needle pulling thread. Right, this one. Can I fit a 15 in there? Yes. Lovely. And that's coming over to... So that's pink cloud, isn't it? Yes, that's pink cloud. So that's this one. So I want you to come up over here like that. And then we're going to do the... standard bus dance like that, and pipe there instead. Then we can stick in a 3 pipe along here, like that. There we go. That's the pink clouds brought in. Next, we want the super chill, which is this guy. This guy is very chilled. Is it actually absolute 0? I think it might be. Oh, and along here we're going to want to pipe as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's convenient. I have 9 pipes. 9. Ah. This pipe, however, is not going to fit through at that height. I'm going to have to bring it through about here instead, which is mildly annoying, but only mildly. Ah. Oh, no, that should be 5. I put in a 3 there. Hey Chloe, welcome. I feel like it's been. I feel like we've not seen you on in a stream for a while. So, but good to have you back. I hope this means, I don't know, life is less chaotic, life is more chaotic, life is an appropriate level chaos. Oh, you know what I mean. That's a silly pipe. I don't like it. You know what? It's gross, but I'm going to do that. Because then I can fit that into there. Like, actually, I could do this instead. Make that a 5. Then I can at least use normal pipes like that. And then we can bring in another 15 through to galump through there like that. And then down. Oh, that would... no, let's leave it up there. It's probably slightly saner. And I think I want to put in a 5 over here. Good. Appropriate levels of chaotic is the correct amount of chaos to have, I think. Well, it must be by definition, really. Put that there, and then that goes to there instead. Plum, 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 plum. Right, and then down here. So we've got this. We'll do this one first because this is the. I'm going to say the interesting one. This is the one that we already have the infrastructure for. So if we bring that to there, and then now it looks to me like a 7. Yeah. And then pipe, 1, 2, 3, pipe. 3 in there. I'm using all of these slightly longer pipes, partly for 3 reasons. They're cheaper, they improve the flow rate because each of these counts as a single entity, and they improve the UPS because each one of these counts as a single entity. The 15 in the other pipeline. Oh, no, 15s don't line up in the middle. 15s don't have connections in the middle. They sort of look like they do, but they don't. It's only the 3, 5s, and maybe the 7s that do. And
Yes,
it's
the sevens.
oh, and the yeah 3. Oh yeah, if you look on the diagrams here, 3, 5, and 7 have blobs on them. 9 and 15 don't. And now the 15s have blobs on them in real life, but if you look really, really closely, you can see that the blobs don't have anything going off the side of them. Unlike the shorter ones, like this 7. It's kind of hard to tell, and it's kind of unintuitive, but it is okay.
They are more obvious if they're horizontal.
That's probably true. Hang on, what are you? Are you a? You're a 9. I'm gonna have to use 1s then. Boop, boop. There we go. There we go. Yes, much more obvious if they're horizontally. Quite right. So that's a 7 with the connectors on either side. That's a 9, which doesn't have connectors. So it's safe. Well, as safe as anything in this game is. However, I've just realised that all of these need an additional underground thing, which is sort of why I built it like this. Just going to make that awkward. Bum, bum. Let's make this bit custom because this ain't going to work. Right, you to there. There. It's never quite as easy as you want it to be. There we go. Yeah, so I want this drop. I want this gap here in the bus available for the antimatter to go down. Yeah, here will do. Sorry, what did you say was for deep? Yes, this is Deep Space 2 I'm working towards now, Chloe. You're quite right. The antimatter is one of the things that you require for it, so that's not going to need to be that long. So I'm going to start I'm making some of it now. Sort of. No, I'm not going to say it early, but I'm going to start making it. Okay, so that's my antimatter being made from the particle stream, and look, it's working, hooray! We need to hook up the outputs properly, of course, but we're virtually there. So now I can go back a bit, and now we see this is for making annihilation data, which is done in a particle collider. So I can put down some particle colliders, and I'm going to need to bring in data cards and take out data cards. So we'll need a couple of belts as well, and two input fluids. Okay, that's not too bad. Where am I? Did I say particle colliders? Yes, particle colliders. That one. Yeah. Let's put these in over here. Of course, it's the two inputs that are required that are hit here, isn't it? So it's going to be slightly awkward again. If it was an input and an output, will be on opposite sides of the machine, but no, that means I'm going to have to do this sort of design again. If I take all of that and put it over the top of this, what happens? Yeah, I get the pipework. Nice. And it's still a particle collider underneath. Excellent. So that's hooked up all my in and out pipes. I'll need to wait and see which one's which. When no, let's get rid of that. I'll need to wait and see which one's which when they're put in. But that should work quite nicely. I will also need a pair of belts coming in. Well, a belt coming in here. If I it's 5 second rest. No, we'll use long. I'll just use long-handled inserters. That's fine. Belt coming in. Belt going out. Boom. Easy as that. Although it'd help to put the inserters in. And I suppose the exerters as well. There we go. Trivial. Now I just need to connect everything up once everything's ready. So, memory cards. Where do memory cards come in? That's you. So we're going to need to split you off down here, like this. And underground, like that. There we go. Easy, easy, easy. And then you, well, if we bring you straight out to here, then we can join you up with the next one, and then keep things tidy that way. Do we need antimatter clouds on the traces? Probably. Yes, I think. In fact, almost certainly. I think I will almost certainly be putting in an antimatter train here. in order to provide that. So yes, but not just yet. I'm going to leave that as a future me's problem. And we're going to make annihilation data. Boom. Okay, so you are pink clouds, and you are purple clouds. Pink clouds come from... Hang on, actually. Let's... If I do that, then one comes from above and one comes from below, and that's going to be a little bit easier to pipe in. Also means I don't need that. So we've got you. You are purple cloud. No, well, let's just put it in here. Let's be lazy. For certain values of lazy. Boop, like that. There we go. Purple clouds in. And we need pink clouds in. Pink clouds come from over here. Like this. And not like that. That's too far.
We have a slight problem. We're backed up on heavy oil up in orbit.
Oh. That is a silly problem. 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to say how. We're supposed to be using it for thermofluid, aren't we? Is that the only thing? Oh, hang on, it gets cracked down to petroleum gas. Are we really not using petroleum gas up fast enough to use it?
It's not being cracked down. There's no water here for some reason. Okay, I'll investigate that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be being cracked. Yeah, there's machines here supposed to be doing it. There's not got any water.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Not enough water flowing through.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So hopefully an easy fix. No, that way. Right. Okay. I have made annihilation data. Woo. Although it can't go there. I have to actually go. Let's underground and overground and womble free. Let's put it there. Because this is where the antimatter is going to go. Straight through there. Because I'm sure I'm going to need it for other things as well. Right. Annihilation data. That was pleasantly simple. Hyperlattice data is nanomaterial and naquium plate and blank data cards. Doesn't sound too bad. It's a lot of naquium plate, but I mean that's okay. We have a supply of naquium, so I can basically do this again, and this time it's in a laser facility. So I want to take essentially let's take a copy of this, because this is going to be very, very similar. In fact, it's exactly the same recipe as this one, except it's bringing in data cards instead of vulcanite, and outputting the data instead of the cubes. So yeah, it's exactly the same. Except it doesn't even need the fluids. Even easier. So I think I'll just take this bit of it. With the inputs like that. That's a bit more than I actually wanted, but I can clean that up in a moment. So I'll go for that. I'll put you in. I've run out of flooring. There's the floor in my plan. I don't know how much that's going to get built. Let's find out where my spaceship is. It has arrived. Good. Anchored in orbit. Press the right buttons, Laurence. Anchored in orbit. Over. Oh, I see. We're building more power. Right. Just looked up and thought, oh no, massive bot frenzy. What's going on? Oh, it's power. Okay, fair enough. I am building a lot of fairly power-hungry stuff, I suppose. So I am not going to complain at our power grid being upgraded. Okay, so now we leave the ship here for a little while to fill up with stuff like this, as you can see. That's fine. It's going to take a little while. I'll ignore it for the time being and just get on with this bit over here. Which is also going to take a while because all the bots are busy. Oh, how much robo coverage? Okay, we've still got quite a bit of robo coverage available. In fact, basically, the area that I've got that I'm placing down there. Okay, that's good. But I can't really do much down here until it's finished. I need a little bit more than just an exclamation mark to be drawn. Oh, Tristan, you've broken a train. Dun,
Slander.
dun, dun. I was going to say it's written down. Does that make it libel? But I was aware that I did say it as well. So, and I can't remember which way around slander and libel are. I remember it was not a plot point, but it was a joke in one of the Spider-Man films. But it's been a while since I've seen that. Sheesh, that is a lot of busy bots. How many of our bots are busy at the moment? So we're using all slightly less than 1,000 logistics bots to the rate that you can see the number of logistics bots dropping gradually as we destroy them from loading up my spaceship. Now I feel like a monster. And we're using about half the construction bots. Okay, so that should be able to carry on quite nicely. Ooh, Stardust is still scanning. Let's have a look at that. Okay, I've scanned quite a large area. I feel like I need that mod that highlights places, highlights resource patches for you, so you can spot them a bit more. So these are the ones I was looking at. These massive ones, unfortunately, are raw rare metals, which are almost the same colour, which is very unhelpful. I'm sure there's a mod for that somewhere. That's raw rare metals. That's naquitite. These are definitely raw rare metals, yeah. So there's 1.4. There's about 2 million over in this area. That looks like quite... 2.2 million there. That's not bad. That looks like a big one. 2.6. 5.0. Those are the ones I already knew about, though, so that's less spectacular. There's not quite as much naquitite out here as I was hoping. It looked fairly promising when I first glanced at it, but it seems actually it's... Oh, that looks like a good one. There's 5. Oh, that's a very good one. Okay, there's 18 million down here. That looks like... That's a long way away. Okay, I need to bring the train network down to here to get that one. And probably this one here, because it's another 2.6. And that's rare metals. And yeah, so this will be one of my mines. 5 and 18. These two patches. In fact, these might be two. This might be two of my mines, given the amount there is there. Or maybe I can just be one big mine and we'll just have trains running out to it twice as often, or something like that. So I want to run a rail system down to... Can I drop it in between these two? Probably. And also I'd quite like to go up here, because these two, between them, those are a decent patch as well. It's another 10.
Laurence?
Yes.
I don't know if you saw that, but you can use the factory search mod to find patches.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So if I go from here... Boop, go straight into that one. Maybe I'll go down to about here then. I mean, I'm putting all this blueprint down. It's not going to do any good, because nothing's going to happen until I actually go over there to, actually build it. But it's a start. And when I drag with the right rhythm, it even sounds a little bit like a train. Lovely. I don't know how to use factory search. Is it in here? No. Oh well. I found two good places that I want to go. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Bottom right icon.
Oh yes, the one that's a magnifying glass. That would make sense. Thank you. Right, so I'm looking for naquitite in ingredient product storage ground. On the ground, does that count? Maybe it counts. We'll see. Don't do all surfaces, just do this one. Oh, hello, Madman. Welcome. Oh, is the audio decent? Okay, I'll fix that while the search attempts to search.
It's the entity tick box you want.
Oh, entity. Oh, okay, thank you. Put one there. These tags aren't very good, to be honest. Maybe I need to put a label with it. Oh yeah, that's better. Actually, you have to zoom not close in, but a little bit in to not see it. Right, so over here, 118 million. That's that one. So I spotted. That must be the one. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one I spotted. There's a rail there. 5 million. Where are you? I don't know because okay. All right, that's the other one I spotted. Good. 1 million. 1 million. I'm looking for at least multiple millions. 2.8 is not too bad. Okay, got that one. 4.9, got that one. 2.8, got that one. 4.9, that's quite good. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, that's up there. That's where the other one I'm going to. 5.8 million. That's pretty good. Is that the other one I'm going to? Yes, that's the other half of that one. 2.2, that's not bad. Check on that one in a second. Okay, way over there, and the 2.6 is right next to it. Yeah. Okay, so actually my manual search worked pretty well, but so I want to go after that one, and then there's one up here, so I'm going to go after as well. Give you another naquium. Main hair. Go for that. All right. So we've got two good mining spots to go after. That's quite nice. There's going to be a fair amount of rail infrastructure required, and so I'm going to need to make a lot more trains for this. But that's fine. All of that is eminently doable. So back over here. How are we doing with the absolute bot frenzy? Oh, you need to request from buffer chest, guys, or otherwise it won't work. You're done. You're done.
That's Dracket taking damage.
You're partly done. Okay, thank you. You're still waiting for some more. Another 13 or so. 23 even. 23 more modules for that one. And for that one. And for that one. Right, okay, so we're pretty much done. I mean, I would be reasonably happy to just leave straight away, but I might as well let it fill up a little bit more. Actually, that said, no, actually, no, there's still 100 modules over here, so we do have enough to finish off. So I'll give it a moment to finish. Right, what's I doing down here? I think I was about to paste something. Yes, I was about to paste this in. And it was going to go here. Boop. But it wasn't going to have one of those. It was going to have a laser facility. Laser. Don't make it. Place it. Silly game. Put you there. And then open up FNEI again, because I have no idea what else was needed for the hyperlattice data. So it's a laser facility with nanomaterial, naquium plate, and blank data cards. So I've got a naquium plate coming out here. And then going across here, because this machine is a lot smaller. So have those come in there, and then we have an output here, and it is just straight up just that one thing on the output. I think red inserters are going to be fast enough to load that. And it's a 40-second build. I think even just a green inserter is going to be fast enough here, but I can upgrade those later if I need to. And you always need to have at least a couple of machines. So let's put a second one in there, and then link the belts. Like that. There we go. Now all I need to do is hook up the inputs, and we're good. So we needed the nanomaterial, which is this one. And we need the data cards, which is this one. So bring the data cards in on top like this. Like that. Yeah, there we go. And the nanomaterials will come in here like this. No, one up from that. Like this. Just get it right. And then this one is the naquium ingots, which is this one. Unfortunately, that's not going to fit. What if I... Let's see, so the naquium ingots have to go... Oh no, it is going to fit. That's fine. Yeah, I thought the splitter was going to get in the way of the undergrounds there, but no, there's actually plenty of room for that, so that's okay. We've just got to then make sure we've just got to then have that belt go underneath there like that. More importantly, we need to do things like that to make sure that will get that make sure the belts will go underneath these sort of the splitters, because otherwise it'll get confused and cause issues, and I'll rage at it and stuff like that. And then everyone will laugh at me for raging excessively, but what can we do? Right, so there we go. That's my first two. Why is there a red chest there? That's probably for copied as part of this. Yes, there we go. Right. Okay, so that's the first two done. That was easier than expected, I have to admit. Then it starts to get... Oh, now it gets a bit more complicated. Okay, well, before I get on with that one... Are we done here? Not you. Are you done here? Yeah, that's good enough for me. Right, I want to go back out to Stardust. Off we go. And now to carry on back over on in orbit, to be honest. Right, so now I can start thinking about the next one. So the singularity data. This requires naquium cubes, which we are making up here. We've got the cubes cubulating up here, so that's fine. We do have them. But then it requires entanglement data, and entanglement data is going to be a bit of an interesting one to get hold of, because that's going to be coming from the energy science area, so I'm going to need to extract that. Particle stream we have, that's fine. Supercool thermofluid we also have, that's fine. And I'm going to need a sorty system to deal with all of this stuff as it comes back out again. Oh, not too difficult. So for that one needs entanglement data. This one needs, and this one needs a load of the Astros as well. Yeah, only minor vocal muppetry. Just tripping over my tongue a little bit. So we only need to bring one energy data out from here, and that was for here. That was singularity. That's the entanglement data. I wonder which stage that goes into. What are you for? You're for tier 3 energy. Okay. That's mad.
That's good, because I'm making tier 4 stuff.
That's tier 4. That's tier 3. So where is entanglement? This one, the swirly hypnotic one over here. Yes, we'll wait for the we'll wait for the naquium things to accumulate nicely. That sounds right. Okay, well there is space here to put in a station. Now the problem is I'm going to have to punch a hole through all of this. Maybe. Yes, I'm going to have to punch a hole through all of these belts here, or at least some of the ones down here, which is going to make me unpopular. But never mind. Well, actually, it's not to do. It's just going to put some catalogs and some data cards into the logistics network, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. So we're going to get the data cards from here. So bounce them across, out to about here. So put the warehouse in here. Yeah, I'll cut through. Well, I'll find out where I can put railway in, and then I'll cut through in an appropriate place. So I can put railway here. So if I cut through there, and actually, I'll do that. If I put in underground belts, it'll do all the cutting for me. Don't think it'll do it. Oh, it's just going to delete everything that's on them. Oop, that's the other way around. Let's try that again. Down. There we go, like that. The other up. And then over here, we need to do the same sort of thing. So that's the other way as well. Like that. That one is an up, so we'll do it like that. That one's also an up, so we'll do it like that. Okay. So far, so good. So now I can copy all of this. I don't need the pumps, but the rest of it I will need. In fact, let's get a bit more than that. If we get all of that... that there. Don't need this bit. Do need this bit. Don't need these. We'll redesign this bit. Do need to get rid of some of that. Probably don't need that. Let's put this back in again and then go through and re-delete all the bits I just undid. So we don't need that bit. Don't need that or that. Redo that. Probably we'll think about the pile. No, don't need that. Don't need that. Can I upgrade one of these? No, apparently not. I just want to turn it into a into a space platform substation. But no, apparently that is not a not an upgrade you can do. It has to be a completely new build. So never mind. I'll put it in next to it. There aren't more energy science things I need. No, so it's only that one. At least for the singularity for the tier 2, I need a load of the gravitation. I need a load of the Astro one. So I'm going to have to go in and get all 4 of those from Astro. But there is only one that I need from energy for the time being. I also do need to rename the station. Or we'll have problems. There we go. And delete that, because this is going to be a simple manual basic train. Or a manual simple basic train. One or the other. How does this work? Okay. That's supposed to come up over here, like that. And that can go through there and dump onto the belt. Okay, so next thing is we put in a warehouse over here. Like that. And loading system. Just like that. Then over here we have the fairly straightforward task of getting the 8 cards I want out. So if I do that, yeah, that seems okay. And I'll put another one in. Actually, let's put it once go further down to that. I put another one here once I program the filter in. Then we can do a belt, underground, doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Oh, no. Tristan can't count, or at least no, he's put in extra. He can't count, and he's put extra things in an odd place. Okay. This might have been my fault when I was doing the matter science down the bottom, because there wasn't room for more bussery.
I was about to say, yeah, I think those were you.
It does seem fairly likely. Okay, I need that to be... There we go, that's been placed. Good timing there. I can now turn that one to take off. It was the entanglement data, also known as the hypnotic one. That one to the right. There we go. And now if I put in another one of these here, we can steal the entanglement data. Lovely. Yeah, I could use smaller storehouses. In fact, this needs to have a maximum set on it, like this. But the advantage of a warehouse is it covers. I suppose I could. Yeah, I could do actually. All right, let's use something smaller. Let's just use a chest like that. Oh wait. Keep that. Put one of those in there. Get rid of those 2 in the middle, because those ones that won't fit. And then put that there, and there, and then... Yeah, it's a fair suggestion, to be honest, to be good for our UPSs. I can do that, and that, and that. There we go. And now potentially I could just let that fill up completely. I will use the standard size of train, because it makes it easier than if I don't. And so what should we call this? I guess we call it energy data for DSS pickup. And then just over here we need another station, and it could be this one, because this one isn't doing anything yet. Energy data for DSS drop. So again, we can unload this into a chest, because neatness, as you say, it's a good idea, to be honest. Put the chest there, and then move you out a bit, like that, and then bring this out. It's going to need to come down here somewhere. Okay. I think this is going to want to come over to... Yeah, let's bring it over to here, I think. This looks like a good place for it. Is that going to get? No, it's not going to get in the way. Excellent. This is really handy. I could almost have designed this to be in the right place. Bring that through there, and then down here. Yonder. Right, so back to the singularity data now. So that is my naquium cube, my entanglement data, and the particle stream all goes into a particle collider again. Okay. So we have a particle colliderizer down, yeah, about there, I think. In fact, you know, let's make this go out one more. Then we've got convenient space here where I can put the next two data types. So a couple of those. I know we're using lots of fluids, so let's do that. Yeah, agreed. And I don't. These data cards stack up quite highly, I think. So I don't expect to need them in particularly it in particularly enormous numbers. So yeah, it's a good idea. I'm certainly not complaining about it. And this just needs one belt coming in because we overwrite the existing data card, so that's fairly easy. But it does take two fluids. So one can obviously bounce. Oh yeah, that's fine. One can bounce along the top, and then one can come in through from down the middle or something. That might not be in the right place. Let's get rid of that one for now. So we're gonna let's use stack inserters just because they're not exactly expensive. So it goes there, unloads down here, and yes, we get a lot of junk out that we need to deal with and tidy up. So bring that out along here. We will split out the cubes and in fact we're going to get singularity data, we're going to get cubes, and we're going to get junk data cards. So we'll split out the cubes first because that seems like a good way to start. And bring them up. And I'll actually, if I do that and that and that, then as long as I make sure the cubes are on the bottom being fed in and the energy entanglement data is on the top, then that should work fine. Yeah. Oh yes, thank you. Yes, you're right. So yes, it's got the filter on there already because I copy pasted it. But you're quite right. We do need to bring in the heavy bearings for that. So that's these ones. This layer of the bus down to here. Where are you? Where are you? You can go here. Oop, like that. There, thank you. Yes, that's a good point. I completely missed I was going to need that. But yeah, that one's already programmed. So you are, I forgot to program this one though. You are making hyperlattice data apparently. And you are making singularity data. Yes, lovely. So we're going to get the coolant in here, the clouds in over here, and the coolant out at the bottom. That seems fine by me. So if I put that there and to there, yes, perfect. And that to there, and then out over here somewhere, somehow, probably. Yes, I'm going to need to move this in a bit further though, because we've run out of space. But that's okay. I mean, I have to admit, I was sort of designing this with the expectation of needing to shift everything across a little bit at some point. So I'm not too upset about that. And then the warm out at the bottom here, like this. How am I doing? Right, okay, so you need to be filtered to take the naquium cubes out to go upwards. So they go to the left, good. And then over here we have an input, so that's going to be... We'll configure that momentarily, I guess. This is going to be... Nope, this is going to need to be a little bit further out than I was previously intending, but never mind. So bring that one in from there, that one in from there. And then we have... So that's the cubes out, then we need to take the singularity data out. Or the junk data, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter either way at this point, we're going to be producing both of them. Although I wonder, how complicated is the next one? Time-space anomaly as 4 input. There's a lot of nonsense on the output. Okay, we're not going to do that this way. I'm not going to try and put it onto the same belt. That would just end in headaches. Many, many headaches. We can split those off there. Right, and now, unfortunately, I need to take this whole thing and shift it across about this much. Maybe down one as well, just gives us a little bit more space. That'll do. So now I can bring in the naquium cubes here. Oh, don't do that, stupid game.
Have you scanned Stardust enough?
Oh, yes, almost certainly. I'll kill that in a second. Or are you doing it?
I can do.
That's where I'll do it.
Uh-huh.
Stardust. Stop scanning. Okay, done. And you must be the... Yes, you're the one coming from the station. So this is this one. I'm going to use an underground belt here, even though, I don't know, it's just for the sake of not making that one go. And it doesn't actually matter at all there, but I will anyway. Right, so that's all. That's my inputs there. Then we've got the super chilled thermofluid here. So I need to go underground like this. Where is the super chilled thermofluid? It is here. So bring that one down as well. Fine. Be like that. There we go. And then the this is the pink clouds, which are just up here. Looks like a 7 to me. Let's try a 7. Yeah, spot on. Goes around like that. And oh yes, I need to pipe in there because it couldn't quite reach. And oh, I need to pipe in down there because I forgot to put one in, and then underground as well because apparently I forgot to put that in as well, which is a bit extremely sloppy and untidy. Right, and then you're the warm thermofluid, which I think is all the way over here. Let's try you with a 9. Have to do. 1, 2, 3. 3 goes there. In fact, if that's a 3, then presumably that means I could put in a 7 and a 5 even. If I could maths, it'd help. There we go. Linked in like that. Right. I think that's that one done. I need to program this splitter down here. Oh, and I need to finish doing the output belts. But that's pretty close to done. Hey, Sophia. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Let's copy all of that. Put it not there, but there. And then, oh yes, I'm going to need that on the top as well, like that. That reaches, good. That doesn't reach, less good. That does reach, so I've got the extra pipes in the middle. Good. Oh, I need a belt there. Right, so you are going to be taking out... I don't care, let's take junk data cards out, they're easier to find. So that will then come across here, boom, 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 and then disappear into oblivion like this. Where's my junk belt? Here's my junk belt. Like that. There we go. So that's the junk data cards dealt with. 2 hours of audio-video issues. Sounds like trying to get a new stream set up. Well, I'm glad to hear I'm glad to hear it's largely sorted anyway. Right, so that comes to here. Ooh. Wait, what? Oh, right, yes, this is where the antimatter goes if it ever gets this far. There is a roboport in the way. That roboport will have to move at the point where I start to bring the antimatter down because underground pipes might be able to hop under that actually. I think yes, they can. The roboports are only 4, so it's not too bad. Ooh. Oh, I see. Sci-fi RPG. Gotcha. Right. Yes. I don't think I've heard of Traveller, but it's sounds like fun.
Who's requesting massive amounts of plastic via these spaceships?
I'm requesting some plastic. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd say it's massive amounts.
There is an issue here.
Ah, that is indeed an issue. It's not the plastic that's the... Well, the plastic is excessive, but it's not the plastic specifically that's the problem. It's that storehouse is filled
It's
up
the sulfur.
with
Yeah.
sulfur. Sulfur is always a problem, isn't it?
How are we that backed up on sulfur?
Oh yeah.
It's not so much that we're backed up. Well, it is so much that we're backed up.
Well,
There
it's
is
the
12,000 of it in the warehouse there. Sorry, it's not a warehouse. It's a storehouse. So, and sulfur's chunky.
Yeah.
I
So I assume it's Laurence, right?
Seems kind of likely.
I don't
using the
remember
warehouse
playing.
a little bit further down to help balance it slightly, but it's not an ideal. It's not even working.
There's funny business with the sulfur because it's being supplied in quite large quantities by Taras, but we want to top it up from Norvis if we've got an insufficiency of it, and we also don't want to ship it to Agnea unless there's loads on unless there's an excess of it. So it's a bit complicated.
Yeah, but someone raised the request to 10,000, which will fill up nearly the storehouse, and if you know train funkiness, it actually does, like now.
Yeah, that I don't remember for certain, but I could believe that was me. I'm afraid. So if it was, then I apologise.
Let's say you're the last user on the combinator.
Okay. Well, it sounds like I apologised before I was directly blamed. So you know, that's good, better than nothing. I don't know.
Laurence broke it again.
Sorry.
Are you though?
A little bit. I try not to break things, but sometimes it just sort of happens. Because I don't know my own strength
Sure,
or my own designs.
In fairness, there is an element of that being a feature of a multiplayer world.
Yeah.
One person does something a specific way which has certain limitations or assumptions built into it, and then the next person goes, "No, I think it should work like this."
Yeah, I mean, it's probably I probably just assumed it was warehouses everywhere. In which case, 10,000 is still quite a fair amount, but it's not quite so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's 200. It's half a warehouse, 200 stacks.
Yeah.
Times 50. 100 stacks. No. Oh, I work it out some of the time. There's my calculator.
12k is a storehouse, which is 256
divided by
stacks.
50. Yeah,
Right.
200 stacks. I was right. I doubted myself. That be a lesson, chat. Never doubt yourself. More importantly, never doubt me.
What was I? Oh yes, I was about to program a train. So you are a train. I want you to go to energy data for DSS pickup. Yes, go there. And I want you to wait until full. And then I want you to go to energy for DSS drop. And wait until you are empty. However, I also want you to only be picking up a relatively small amount of stuff, because otherwise we'll, it'll be ridiculous. So go. Go, please. What? Destination full? Oh, here we go. Right, so you've got a train limit of 0. Okay. Well, that would definitely stop things working. Let's turn that off. I'm not doing anything smart with this train, so it can just go. I don't need to worry about train limits. I'll just leave it shuttling back and forth between the two stations until somebody else needs hypnotic data for somewhere else around the factory. Then we can tweak the designs a bit. Okay. Is that everything I need over here? Then I think it probably is. We've got the other input coming in here. Got the outputs. I've configured the dump there and there. Yeah. I need to configure this to be input priority on the left to reuse these naquium cubes. Although with it being a 50%, in theory, it doesn't absolutely need the priority to be set, but it's a good idea anyway. Okay, 3 out of 4. Time, space, and anomaly data. That's exactly the same. Bring in naquium cubes and some other science cards, and then get massive quantities of probably out the other side. I'll come back to that in a moment, actually, I think. Let's see how the spaceship has arrived. Excellent. I've been faffing around with that for long enough that my spaceship has reached Stardust, and I would like it to touch down, not there, thank you, but yeah, let's put it down over here. This seems like a nice, convenient little space to drop in. Oh, no, there's a pylon in the way. Let's drop in here. Bloop. Right, and so, for this, I will be doing some stuff. Right, so what do I need to do? I need to go. I need to build the railways first. Get the trains running. So let's take all of that, and all of that, and all of that. And also, let's take all of the pylons. Where are the pylons? Here are the pylons, and no. Let's take all of that and all of that. And that will hopefully be plenty for me to go out there and start setting up new mining areas. So, other question, how much rocket fuel have I got? 20. Okay, good, that should be alright. Maybe we should have invested in FAL. Right, okay, so if I fly up there, putting down the... no, not that, just do this side. If I fly up there, putting down one side of the railway and these bits of ground on the way up, then I can fly back, putting in the pylons and the other side of the railway, and that'll mean a little bit less bot flight time, and therefore it'll be a little bit more efficient and a little bit quicker. We're apparently just going to leave some massive rocks in the middle of the in the middle of the track for the trains to hit and come off on. Now I know they won't, because if the rocks were in the way, then the game would have picked them up. But it looked horrible, so I don't expect that level of everything from for too long. Yeah, this is much quicker, much easier with FAL, but I don't know if FAL... No, actually FAL would work in space, because ground trains do work in space, so I imagine... Assuming it understands modded railways, I imagine it probably would work, but, oh well. We haven't got FAL, and we're not going to go adding in, random extra mods partway through the run, because we don't roll like that. I think we did add in one extra one. That was just the one that did train colours, and then we decided it was bad for the UPS, so we turned it off again.
I think FAL should be able to handle space rails, because it can put down non-rail based things.
That's true.
And you're technically driving the train manually, which means the train itself is effectively the thing detecting whether it can go forwards or not.
Yeah, because it does something with rail to detect whether you've set up a valid blueprint or not. So it might need you to do a little. It would need to understand, I think, that space rail is rail, but that it's quite possible. In fact, I go as far as to say likely that space rail has the sort of the class rail, and it sort of adds on to it, whatever the technical term is the class the rail in order to rail better. Yes.
Explained like a pro.
Explained by like someone who isn't actually a programmer. Right, so that's my station. If I put that in here, like that, then none of it's going to work because I haven't put down the scaffolding, but that's fine. Let's put in some scaffolding. Let's put all that down and let's put in some scaffolding so that I can make this, work. So we've got belts going out like that. What else was there? Oh, I see. Okay. That actually needs to be 4 wide because there's going to be a pipe going along with those belts. Oop. And there's a whole mess of stuff in here, so let's just do that. I'm going to need to do a bit at the other end as well, but that's fine. I'll do that in a moment. So put that there. Oh, and I've still not put down enough scaffolding. Oh. Just fill in the gap completely. Might as well. Right, so that's that end. Now, down here. Bridge across there like that, and then That goes there again. And I suppose I better put in a bit more of the scaffolding so I can finish these off. But now I can actually go a bit smaller and a little bit more efficient like that. There we go. So that should be a station. Oh, I missed one. Yeah. In theory, that should be a station. Have I run out of belts? I probably have. I mean, that's kind of okay because I didn't collect more of them, but because I wasn't thinking of setting up the mines at this point, but still, grumble. And now we'll need a signal down here. I mean, I say I'll need a signal down here. I will put a signal down here in order to set this up correctly. I don't think I'll need it because I can't imagine there ever being more than one train up here. But having said that, this probably means that if I hadn't put the signal in there, then the train network would have found a way to expand up this way and prove me wrong. I've got a signal there already, so that one's fine. Right, now I can fly back all the way back again. But before I do, let's put the blueprint in again. So game blueprint, rails, basic, straight space rail. Am I in? No, I'm not in nav mode, sat mode. Right, so from here, put the pylons in as well, please. Then we'll get power all the way up there, and then we'll actually be able to do mining shenanigans. Right, there we go. And now I fly back down again and place all of this. And then I can... I think it's probably best to do one mine at a time. So I won't go out and place the rails for the other direction yet. Are we going to do that one? No, we're not. I'll go down... I'll come up here and put the other mine in, and then go off and do the other set of rails. Just so I can make sure... at least one project is complete. One part of the project is completed and producing additional naquium before I put in the second part. It's difficult to know exactly what speed to go at. Seems to be working though. I have a little bit of a concern over whether I brought enough space scaffolding. Now, I do still have 2,000 of it left, but if I'm going to want to square off the mining patches a little bit as well, I could start to have problems. We'll see. I think I'm using a lot fewer, so far at least, I've used a lot fewer pylons than I allowed for. I brought 500 out and I probably used about 20 or something. And that's part of the reason I have more space scaffolding left than I was expecting to at this point. Right, that's the rails. Now I can come back down here and I can grab out of one of the mining chests like that. In fact, let's try and get two of them. And let's put this random stone, iron, copper back in there. Yeah, that'll do. Right, and back up, and now let's get a mine built. Now this mine will be in two parts, and they'll be somewhat separated, but that's going to have to be okay. It's just the way the area is set up. There's two quite good patches, but they're not very close together. So, I mean they're close enough together that I feel I might as well just do one mine for the pair of them. Except I can't see the other one at the moment. There's one there and one down here. That's quite a long way away. Let's do the big one up the top first. It's the big one, isn't it? Yeah, that's 5.8 and that's only 4.9, so slightly bigger. Let's carry on upwards then. So it looks like at the moment I've spec'd it to have 3 belts coming down from the upper mine and 3 from the lower one. That's fine. I think we can carry on like that. So that means this needs to be 4 wide. Up to here. Whoop, overshot. And I'm going to need to run power up here as well, but that shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, so now it's just a case of putting in the mining drills. So I've done that down here. Is there anything complicated? There's not really anything. There's nothing complicated about these at all. I'm just going to do this by hand. I think it's probably going to actually be easier. Now the furthest out one could be is here. So let's start. Let's start by clearing up all the rubbish on the floor, so I don't need to worry about that. There we go. Now let's put down some mining drills. So the first one's going to go here, and we can work it out from that point. So you're running out of empty space. Okay. So I'm going to need to put down more of this along here for the mines to stand on, like that, and the same upwards as well. That's far enough, probably. Yeah. Feels weird putting down extra terrain for your drills to sit on, but it kind of makes sense in a weird way. Is there room for one there? No, I need to put in a little bit more scaffolding like that. And then... fail. And then the same thing up here with the, sort of the squaring off of the edges, so I've got somewhere to put the drill. I won't bother going all the way up to the top there. Oh, and I'm going to need somewhere to put the belts as well. That would be useful. And then down here, well, I'm going to want to put a drill there. In fact, the drills are a little bit bigger. The drills are that size, so I'm going to put one there and one there. There we go. So that's 1, 2, 3 belts coming out. Oh, that's quite neat, actually. That's spot on for what I was trying to do. However, I am going to need to put a big pylon thing in the middle of here. So let's pull out one of the drills. Actually, I say that. I'll pull out one of the drills right in the middle. I might not need to. Put this here. Yeah, the pylon substation has such coverage that I don't actually need it over there. And my bots are making a lot of noise because they're stuck out of my pockets because I've not got enough inventory space for them. So let's put down some belts. Should fairly quickly get to 100 pieces put down, and then there'll be room for them. I've just run that belt down where the fluid goes. No, don't fall off the world. Bad engineer. Right. Wow, our picking up building speed has got really fast. That's awesome. Run that over to there. Oh, no, one more, and then down here. That way. It's kind of gloomy out here in the darkness of deep space. I'm scared. I can't see what I'm doing very well. Alright, so the piping is going to come up here. Along here. Yeah, we use long reach because, to be honest, I can't be bothered with it gets frustrating if you don't have it. So that's one of the mods we consider more or less essential. Just for the maintenance of sanity, essentially. No, it's going to have to come up this way anyway. Let's do that then. Yes, the building range is not a space exploration thing. That's just an us having implemented very long reach because we don't want to have to deal with running around to grab things or build things or whatever all the time because it's frustrating. Yeah. Oh, that's not 5. Sorry to disappoint. That is I don't know. Does it count? Does long reach count as cheating? I don't know.
Barely, because we have navsat.
Yeah, true. So it doesn't give you that much power that you don't have by default. It's a little bit better, but it's not enormously so. One, 2, 3, 4. There. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know there are some mods that come with researchable increases in construction range. Is it one of those, or is this a slightly less cheaty way of doing it, or slightly more? I don't know. game intended way of doing it, rather, because it's not really cheating, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't completely change the balance of the game, but it just does make a lot of things a lot easier and less frustrating. So, which is why we're sort of okay with it. Right, there we go. Pipe work around the top finished. Now I just need to run pipes up to here. Let's go all the way down the bottom and start from the bottom with some 15s. If I have 15s, I do. Excellent. Run that up to there. And then, is that a 5 or a 3? I can't tell. Let's build one of each. It's a 3. Of course it is. And coming down from the top looks like a 5 though, because I don't think that's quite a 7. Oh no, it could be a 7. I'm bad at judging distances, it turns out. But I think there's another 3 across the middle. Nope. I'm bad at judging distances, did I mention? Right, there we go. That is all of this hooked up. Oh no, it's not. I need power. Let's take that along with the tiles. I can create the blueprint. I can put it in there. Like that. And where do I need to get this to link up to that? Oh, okay, I can do it if I put it down there. Alright, that's fine then. So I'll put a little bit of extra space down there, stick a pylon in there, and boom, power.
See you, Mark.
Okay, Mark. Thanks for giving it a shot. I know you're not feeling well, so we'll see you next time.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Hi.
Bye.
Okay, and similarly down here, we need power up this way as well. So there we go. That's that. Oh, is this expecting to have another massive pylon substation put in? Probably. Let's just do that because it's the easiest way to do. Make sure everything is fully powered. Put it here, I guess. I say that we need power down there as well. So no, the pylon substation. Oh, I can't put it there. The pylon substation is not going to be is not going to be such an easy way of doing it. I'll do that and then use one of the regular power poles in there because there's no point in going even more overboard on that. But I do need to finish those belts off, and I think right. That means this station is now theoretically should now be able to work. So what I need to do is I need to trick a train into coming here even when it shouldn't. So we'll do that. A train will come here even though it shouldn't, and then it'll unload a load of acid here, and that'll allow it to then, and then that'll allow the station to start producing the naquitite, and therefore we can then have the we can then start to produce the produce the naquitite, so the trains can then come out the expected normal sensible way. And it is excellent. So over here, how are we doing over here, by the way? Are we still... Yes, we are still producing and we're filling a spaceship up. Okay, that seems to be fine. You're running again. There we go. Let's fix that, because I broke that a little while ago. I dread to imagine how much of that's got through. So, now we will have had a train come all the way up here, and it's pulling into the station. It's going to drop off a load of acid here. We'll fill that up quite nicely until these get up to... until there's 100,000 in there, which is... basically the whole thing, but it's not going to get any more than that. So we'll now tell you to clear off, go get some more acid, and now we'll turn this back on to set train limit, and then the train limit is back to 0. So now we do have acid, the acid bubbles along here, all the drills kick in, and we start producing naquitite. Admittedly rather slowly because I've forgotten to put the speed modules in the drills, and speed modules are kind of valuable for naquitite mining because it takes rather a long time to dig it up because it's difficult. So we'll do that, and boop, there we go. Now everything is running along much, much faster. Specifically, I can't see the speed, but it's running much faster. Oh yeah, 200% faster. It's running at three times its normal speed, so we're getting 3 of them a second from each drill rather than 1 a second from each drill. So a big improvement. So that then comes down here. We've got another train coming for some reason. That's a puzzle. I must have not. Oh, I must have not adjusted the train limit back down to 0 again quickly enough. That's probably why. Okay, fair enough. Well, no, I don't want the train to just sit here. I want the train because there's enough. We're short enough of naquium that I want the trains to be running properly and only going off to stations when there's a shortage. Okay, so the next part of it is doing the same thing but over here. This is even further away, so it's going to take even more belts and what's the name of it really? Scaffolding to get to. I guess I'll just go sort of straight over from here, go and down over here. Right, let's do that and see how long it takes me to run out of scaffolding. 1, 2, 3, 4.
For future reference, once a train has been dispatched to a station, you can immediately set the train limit back to 0.
Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah, good point. Forgot about that. Thank you. No, I haven't been beaconing the naquitite mines. I suppose I could. I think I beaconed one of them, but in general, no, I haven't been. What are you? Water ice. Okay, this is going to be problematic. I'm not sure whether I should or not really. Right, if I start from here, then I'm not going to get accidental ice. I suppose given that I'm saying the problem with the naquium production is the no, that's far too much. The problem with the naquium production is the rate I'm able to dig it up at. Maybe I should be beaconing them. Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
We are now making our first matter.
Oh, does it matter? Turns out it does. Bing, 214 hours and 4 seconds and 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
1 matter catalogue for 10 matter, and matter is a fluid.
Okay. That doesn't sound too bad because fluids tend to be relatively voluminous. So therefore producing 10 of a fluid doesn't sound too difficult.
No. It costs 1 matter catalogue
Oh!
to produce 10.
Oh, I see. Okay, that does sound fairly bad then.
It's a loopback thing like thermofluid. So it might be okay.
Okay.
We're now going to start producing all the data cards.
Ooh. Why can it not be placed here? It's not empty space. Just came along. Oh, right, it is empty space. I didn't fill it in. I expected the bots to do it, and they didn't because I was too far away. Right, nearly there. So, boom and boom. How's my... Okay, I'm down to 374 space scaffolding. I think this is going to be the limiting factor of my mines over here. I think I'm going to have... I think it's going to be the first thing that I run out of, basically. Right, there's my three belt. Place my 3 belts because I think I've almost run out now, and I don't think I've got any more of it. And I've done one of the extra mines I was intending to put in, so it's not quite as good as I was intending it to be. But still, it's not the end of the world. We'll one more mine. One mine more is better than none, I guess. Oh, I've not... Right. A bit more there. Quite a bit more there. Right. Okay, and I imagine I can almost certainly just drop in another pylon here, and it's going to get everything. Yeah, easily. Put it up here.
Just working it out, one of the Matter 2 cards essentially takes in 2 Matter 1 catalogs for the single card.
Right. Okay.
It also takes in an energy card and a material card.
Some increase in production of Matter Science 1 might be required then, by the sounds of it.
Essentially. Oh, it's actually running now.
There, and across, and across there. And there. There. Right, there we go. That's the belt. Well, it's the first bit of the belt. No, it's not. On this one, I want the belts to be on the on this side, and the pipe to come down the other side, because it just makes more sense the way I built everything. It's really dark out here in this asteroid belt. I'm kind of having trouble seeing, and I'm wondering if I should have built a. I feel like I should have made a night vision, but I haven't really needed it until now, because normally I just use the navsat for most stuff. But because I'm using I've only got personal bots, I'm trying to do long belt runs like this are much more efficient done by hand, because you can just click and drag, and that's boom, a screen's worth of them done, a belt's done just like that. Was that me running out of belts? Yes, it was. Just a sec. I feel like I'm just running out of everything. How am I going to get pipe out? Oh, that is a pipe coming out at the top there. Doing an underground. Fine. Let's bring the long pipes. Long pipe. Down here. To there. Just trying to fill in the nope. Get this all connected up, and this sort of distance does make me wonder if I should be using a pump. But I don't think it actually matters, as long as you've got as long as the pipes are fairly full. I don't think mining actually uses that much acid up, so I think just running a pipe should be okay. Even if it does turn up to be a really, really long one. Actually, in this case, let's just... This one I will get the bots to do, because I'm far too impatient and lazy to wait for it to wait for it to build them as I fly over. Right, so then down here like this. And then, you know what, I'm just going to carry on with the pipe straight through here like that. That can move to there. Run a pipe along the side of here. Like that. And that. And then I can just hopefully run this straight into the back of down here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like that. And now if I fly back along here, I think that should power everything up, pipe everything up. Oh no, there's a bit in the corner I missed up here. So, it is a 9. Wow, I got the right one. I'm learning. Very gradually, but I'm learning. Come on, bots. Bots slightly better. Have I run out again? I have. I mean, the 15 pipes do go quite a long way, but the whole pipe run is trying to go a very, very long way, which is also why I've run out of belts, which is a bit clumsy. So that's that one. And then up here, I just need to put in a few more up here, and then we'll have them linked up to the acid supply, more or less. They're not going to start mining yet, of course, because I haven't linked them up to the power, but it's a good start. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll go down and check on those in a second. While I run the power down, I guess. So where's the best place to bring power across from? Probably is actually from down here. From just above the first island. Oh, I say island, I mean asteroid. So from about here. Actually, is there a blueprint? Is there a proper blueprint for this? Rails, basic, link pylons. There is. Nice. Let's use that. I can't put that one there, but it's a good attempt. Oh, I didn't need to. Don't need one there. Right. And then these, I'll just place it here. And if the bots could just, you know, do everything for me, that'd be great. Yeah. Oh, there's one missing over here as well. And here, and here. There we go. That seems to be power. Habit, I think, Tempe. I don't have an actual good reason for it. Yeah, using the space pylons would have been a much better idea, but I think it's because the rails had them blueprinted in there already, so I was already in the sort of frame of mind of using those. So, yeah, basically inertia. You're quite right. Yeah, it would have been much better to do it a different way. Right, let's sort out those bottom miners that you pointed out to me. From that fives. Make some fives. There we go. And there and there. It did occur to me as I was putting it down, I was being extremely lazy up here with these ones. So let's sort this out and do it slightly more properly. Grab all of that. And I think if I put in a couple of fives along here, there and there. There we go, that's much nicer. It's going to be much better for our UPSs. Okay, so now, oh, speed modules. And now I could put a beacon in here as well. Get a bit more oomph through if I have them. I'm sure I've got some. Where are they? I thought I had some beacons. Apparently not. I guess I won't be beaconing this mine then. I was thinking I might as well just chuck them in because I could just chuck one in because it gave me a bit of a speed boost. But since I haven't got any, I guess I won't be. Right. Yes, modules indeed, Hohenheim. You might have said that before I did it. I'm not sure. If it was more than just stream lag, or it might have just been stream lag. Who knows? Anyway, that is now... Oh, no, it's not. I need to go and get some more belts, and then I can finish that off. Let's go and get some more belts. Oh, I missed 3 mines. Okay. I'll get them on the way back up. That's easy enough. I'm glad you guys are watching out for me. I'd make so many mistakes if it wasn't for you. Alright, so back over here. There should be lots of stuff available. I do like how the batteries glow when they're charged, and you can see them from, well, miles away apparently. So let's take some more of them. I hope that's enough. It's 1,000. Yeah, I think 1,000 should be enough. I probably should have grabbed a few more, but oh well. it's sort of, in a way, it's sort of nice to have a little bit of variety in the in what I'm doing. So I spent I spent the first chunk of the stream sort of solving problems that had been left over from before that I'd spotted at one point or another. Oh yes, there's a couple over there and one up there. That's a weird place to not have any modules. So I spent the first chunk of the stream sorting out the problems. Then I spent a chunk doing some new building work, which is always interesting, if sometimes slightly overwhelming. Is it 11? What? Oh, okay. It might be 11 for you. It's only 10 for me. I was thinking it was later than it is. Now it has now just occurred to me that the rate of throughput on these drills seems to be sufficiently low that I could probably have used a single belt for all of these, and that would save me an enormous quantity of both. In fact, let's test this. Would save me an enormous quantity of both both belt and flooring, scaffolding. So I mean, it might be worth trying to switch over and just use a single belt from the far end. Let's see how this gets. Yeah, I mean this is dropping off. Now it could be dropping off like this because I hadn't got the speed modules kicked in yet. But looking at this, yeah, this would all fit on a single belt, I think. No, it's GMT here. So we're currently definitely not in summertime because it's winter. And I know that DST usually stands for daylight saving time, but I think in the context when it's BST, I want to say that's British summertime. Although I have to admit I'm not 100% certain.
BST is British summertime, yes.
That would make sense, yes. But yeah, whereas other countries call it DST for daylight savings time, which sounds like it should be something else summertime, but it isn't.
I mean, yes, I sort of routinely come across acronyms that have multiple different meanings.
Yeah, but they're very, very similar acronyms for two things that are also very, very similar.
You've
but
not worked in the space sector, have you?
I've played Kerbal Space Program. Does that count?
Close enough.
That is an interesting question. Genuinely, in fairness, it's a better bit of sort of space-related software than some of the things that are actually actively controlling real missions.
Yeah, and Randall Munro, the guy behind XKCD, he one of his strips was a graph of something along the lines of how much I know about orbital mechanics, and there was doing a whatever degree it was he did, actually literally working at NASA on space probes or something like that, and then playing Kerbal Space Program, and the playing Kerbal Space Program bit goes up much faster than any of the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Manley does a video talking about. He's doing sort of gaming as an educational piece, yeah, which fair enough is an interesting and important point. Both of them are effectively making the case that, although I think Randall Munro is doing it more for comic entertainment than he is should we say more.
Yeah, he is making a semi-serious point in a humorous way, certainly. Whereas, as you say, yeah, Scott Manley is very much more on the educational side of it, I would say. Well, yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, and the Scott Manley's point is that his 6-year-old daughter has a better understanding of orbital mechanics than Neil Armstrong did. At the point they started the, it started the Apollo program. It's not by the point it's actually going to the moon, but it's because.
Yeah, but presumably Neil Armstrong had been studying it quite a lot at that point. Oh,
he's been studying it rather a lot, but there was a lot of things that just didn't naturally fit because you're dealing with rotational.
Because trying to think about orbital mechanics in your head is an absolute nonsense, as everybody knows.
Yes and no. You're operating in a rotating frame of reference, which is not a normal thing to do. The point about Kerbal Space Program is it visualizes that.
Yeah.
And although it massively oversimplifies it, that visualization means that you suddenly understand a lot more of the concepts because you can see the diagram.
Yes.
I'm sure from your sort of day job, you know that sticking diagrams in be good.
Yeah, and my side hustle as well.
Yeah.
I mean, my tutorial videos would probably be a lot less effective if they didn't have any diagrams in them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and simplifying to make the basic point before you worry about the really advanced theory. Absolutely. Yeah. So the fun thing about Kerbal is that it actually simulates quite a lot of stuff fairly thoroughly, where IRL there tends to be it's engineered fine, it'll be all right. We won't bother thinking about that detail. Which I mean,
I'd say yeah,
technically
Kerbal works
okay.
well because it introduces you to all the concepts and so on with things like telling you about apogees and perigees and then moving on to learning when you should fire the rockets in order to make the make the spaceship do what you want it to at the appropriate times. So yeah, definitely.
And how badly things go wrong if you forget to check your staging.
Yes,
Yeah.
you will not go to space today, as they say.
Staging problems are hugely more common in Kerbal than they are IRL. Although that's mostly because you didn't set it up correctly, then you hit space and it all went wrong.
I think that's probably because in real life you tend to simulate it a bit, whereas in Kerbal Space Program, because it's a computer game, the actual launch is the simulation.
I mean, you're right in the second half of that, in that KSP is a simulation. I don't think they actually simulate staging, as in staging orders like that, because it's a fairly manual's the wrong word, but it's a mechanical process, and therefore you tend to set it up so it can only stage in one particular order, which is the physical layout. Whereas in Kerbal, you say component ID number, whatever the ID of the object is.
Yeah, and one of the things I tend to find I have the most trouble with in KSP is working out how much fuel I'm going to need to get to a certain place and stuff like that. And I think that's the sort of thing that you probably would work out a little bit more carefully and a little bit differently if you were actually launching real rockets.
Absolutely, yes.
The other thing for staging is Kerbal automatically gives you a staging list.
It's true, yes. The whole
Whereas
thing
real
is,
life wouldn't.
yeah.
You have to actually go, right, this is the staging list.
Yeah.
So you can, if in Kerbal, if you had to put it in manually, you get it right 99% of the time.
Yeah, but because it does it all for you, you either don't check it through carefully enough, or
Yeah, you just sort of forget about it, and then it goes wrong, and you go, oh yeah, staging. Which, yeah, fair enough.
Check your stage before you wreck your stage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's slightly scary what does and doesn't get done IRL that Kerbal as a game has to do, because otherwise no one would believe it was realistic.
You know what they say, reality is unrealistic.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, it's, in fairness, most of it is because IRL, you kind of know that this, and this is going to be fine, so you don't worry about it, whereas in the game it's fun if that goes wrong. But the reverse is actually also true. Most of the problems in real-life rockets are not a thing in Kerbal, they're just not simulated. Because it would be too irritating for you to have a bolt failure randomly.
Yeah, true. And yeah, and also one of the big advantages you have in KSP is that Kerbin is a much smaller planet than Earth is, and that makes things massively easier. But again, that's just from a difficulty point of view, not from a complexity of doing rocket stuff point of view. So it's
Yes. Although interestingly, whilst Kerbin is, I think it's exactly 1/10 of the size of Earth.
I'm happy to believe that.
I think it is. I think they were very, very precise. I think it's 1/10. I remember that they set it to be very deliberately. The rest of the physics of the universe has been modified so that the simulation makes sense, in quotes.
Right. I was thinking of things like the sheer amount of fuel it requires to get off the ground and into orbit, for example. In real life, I've heard it said that if Earth was any bigger, we probably wouldn't have been able to go to space, because it would have been just too big for us to be able to get chemical rockets off the ground. It's not. I mean, I'm not going to say that's exactly.
Yeah, I haven't heard that exact one, but I suspect I understand what whoever says that. immense.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to believe it's a slight exaggeration or it's a slight sort of inaccuracy. But the point being that, I mean, the rocket, the amount of a rocket that is fuel is already nearly all of it. And so if it was at the point where it was a little bit harder to get off the ground, then you get to the point where the rocket would have to be 110% fuel, and that's going to be tricky.
Yeah, not quite, because you would, in reality, basically just have a bigger rocket, because it's all about thrust to weight ratios. Now it gets a bit.
No, I
weird,
mean,
and you get...
point being that if the rocket is you get to a point where the rocket is
It's an exponential growth curve, which means you'd end up with a very different and a very weird design. In reality, what you'd probably do is not do the what we think of as as a rocket into space, i.e., the Apollo great big giant Tower of Doom, where astronauts sitting on board on top of a
giant bomb,
on top of a massive fireball and riding it to the moon. You wouldn't do that, because what lunatic would do that? That'd be stupid. You focus more on the SSTO approach. Now that would take one heck of a lot longer to make work.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I feel that SSTO, if it was practical, it would be something we would have done. And so I suspect if the Earth was any bigger and therefore gravity was any stronger and therefore launching the rockets was a little bit harder, we still wouldn't be able to do it.
It is practical. It's just
I'm not setting up the trains in the bypass lane because they wouldn't get fueled automatically, but I could just fuel it manually, I suppose. Yeah, all right. Let's do that, because I'm getting bored of waiting for a gap.
Hotel, yeah. It's not impractical to do SSTO. It's not SSTO. You'd effectively hitch a ride on a commercial jet or something like that. So apologies. That's SSTO is not quite right. It's hitch a lift. It's doable, which is why they do it. It's just phenomenal.
Oh yeah, the Virgin Orbiter thing was doing that, wasn't it?
If it goes wrong, everything and everyone just dies. Whereas at least the ground crew survives in your more classic launch. But I mean that's where we're going much more. Just this is for complicated reasons. I've been sitting on a board of this stuff recently, and I hate it. It's so boring. But anyway, this is why we're going to automated exploration a lot more. It's because if you think about...
If you blow it up, nobody dies.
Well, that is part of it. But if you take a step back and so on, you think, how big was the rocket that we sent to the moon? The first one. Landing on the moon, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and what's his name who stayed on board?
It was...
The orbiter.
Until a month or so ago, it was the largest rocket ever launched. Yes.
Yeah, and it's phenomenally large. And you sit there going, why is it so big? Well, and most of it is, as you said a moment ago, fuel and engine. Why so much of it fuel and engine? Well, you've got to lift a large amount of stuff.
Thank you, Tempe.
Lifting?
Yeah.
People and all the food and air and water.
That's true. Yeah, it takes a lot to 10 people to places. Yeah, to keep people alive rather, because we're kind of fragile.
Life support is heavy-duty stuff. I mean, first of all, you've got to send enough physical space for the person's needs, as in moving about, so to be muscle atrophy, etc. Sitting in the cockpit for, I think it was a 3-day trip each way, was genuinely quite grueling, physically speaking, the astronauts.
Yeah, and I don't mean to sort of poo-poo and belittle it, but having sat here during a stream for sort of 4 or 5 hours, that is fairly grueling. Isn't quite the right word, but I'm definitely glad to stand up at the end of it.
Yeah, and that's you say it's belittling. It's sort of a belittling side of things. It makes the point. I wouldn't say it's belittling personally, but it very much makes the point. What about a mission to Mars, which is realistically, I forget the exact number, but I want to say 18 months.
Yeah, you need a spaceship that's big enough to is sort of like a science fiction spaceship. Is big enough to sort of wander around on and have a gym on it and stuff like that. And yeah, and at that point you're building something so so much bigger. It's a completely different. It's a completely different thing to any of the Apollo missions, because it's just sort of, yeah, it's completely incomparable. And even something like Starship, which is obviously many times bigger than any other rocket that has ever flown, is still going to be a very, very small space to spend weeks on going to Mars, months on going to Mars rather.
Well,
Yeah.
it's over a year, and then the same back, and there's no water or no known significant, easily accessible chunk of water that you could safely rely on. Which means you got to take your trip there, your trip back, and your stay in the middle with you.
Well, in theory, water at least is relatively recyclable.
That is true.
Producing food, I suspect, would be harder.
Yeah, I mean hydroponics and so on you could do, but it's still.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not saying impossible, but definitely
90% recycling, which is probably a far too high an estimate. But you're still looking at hundreds of tons of stuff with you, and the short form of that is, or we could send a robot.
yeah, which won't whinge as much, and people will only be slightly sad when it dies.
Yeah, it's sort of its final resting of well, okay, power down. Yeah, that, as you say, it's sad, but at the same time, oh well.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Whereas if you just say, thanks guys, appreciate the mission, 18 months there, and
we're just going to leave you.
Many days on the surface, goodbye, and then just turn off communication.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Just about.
Mars is the only planet currently populated entirely by robots. That is quite correct. Although, given that we sent, the rover and then the Beagle and so on, they all got lost, I think actually the Martians took them to a dog pound. That's my theory, and I'm sticking with it.
Fair enough.
But yeah, there's a lot of, in fairness, some of the actual detail of the missions is quite interesting, but a lot of the logistics and whatnot behind is really tedious. Necessary, so tedious. Umming and ahhing about, do we want to go to Mars again? Mars again next, as opposed to a much longer mission somewhere else. Staging platform on the moon for the mission to Mars. The idea of a staging platform is actually the way forwards, but you do it in Earth orbit, not in lunar orbit, because if you're in lunar orbit, you're introducing the extra factor of having
lunacy.
Technically correct. That's kind of correct. If the moon is sort of in the wrong part of its orbit, then your delta V to get from your energy requirement to get from your staging area to Mars can be larger than just going from.
Basically, it comes down to what is the point of doing it from Mars? Why is there a need? What is the advantage of going to Mars? What is the advantage of going to the moon if you want to go off somewhere else? Oh no, I've run out of jetpack fuel. That's problematic.
It is theoretically doing a lunar slingshot to gain delta V on the way past. Is theoretically it's more efficient than not bothering.
Yes, but that doesn't require you to actually land on the moon?
Yeah, the reason they don't is because it's such a massive faff to get it right. If you think about your launch windows and so on, you taking air traffic control out of it, because you usually can. Yeah, using the moon as a practice ground, Doopy, is a good idea. Yeah, let's land there and work out how to do it properly before we.
Oh yeah, using it as going to the moon as a practice makes sense, but I don't think going to the moon on the way makes sense.
Yeah, as training is fair enough. But yeah, the reason you don't do a lunar slingshot is because you've then got to factor in an entire extra orbital body and its orbital cycles, etc. Celestial body, its orbital cycles, all the other things that go with it, into your calculations. And usually, we talk about launch windows as though you can only go once ever, or in very specific times. You can go whenever. It's just that if you go at the wrong time, then you have to expend a phenomenal amount of energy to make the transfer, and another phenomenal amount of energy to stop at the far end.
I have made a boo-boo.
Uh-oh. What have you done?
Do you not have any fuel?
I've run out of rocket fuel, and also, I haven't linked the area that I've just built is not linked onto the train network, so I can't send a train down to grab me. I was thinking, oh, it's all right, I'll send a train down to grab me. I put in the left-hand tracks, that should be fine, but I didn't put in the joining junction at the top because it's going to be slightly fiddly.
You personally?
Yes, me personally.
Yeah.
Would you like me to save you?
To be honest,
Give you explanation to how to save you.
I was going to hop the long-range exploration ship over to pick me up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
How much fuel has it got? Still got 84%. Yeah, I think that should be all right.
So the other point with that, Doobie, so you're saying going to Mars is a whole different thing, yeah, make a base on the moon. The question is, why do you want to make a base on the moon? Now, as practice, yeah, it's fair enough.
'Cause it's cool.
Because it's cool, yeah, but it's also phenomenally expensive. And whilst, yes, you can sit there and say cost shouldn't be the determining factor in what you do and don't do in your space program, there is also a serious point of you've only got so much resource available to do whatever it is you're doing. Therefore, you don't want to spend more than you absolutely have to on training, etc.
You spend more on going to the moon. You can't spend as much on going to Mars or exotic other place.
Well, yeah, it might mean that you don't send your next exploration probe out to Jupiter, for the sake of argument, because you can't afford it anymore. Instead, you're going to do another Mars mission, which is still cool, but you're having to modify your program. The other one is that most investors want some sort of, even if it's just knowledge, some sort of intended gain from the mission. Surprisingly few people are benevolent enough to just give money for the sake of doing. Science that can be done that can't be done on Earth, true. At the moment, the only ones I'm aware of are, how do we think this would work in a non-Earth atmosphere, at which point we use an atmospheric chamber on Earth.
The advanced lab can't be placed on land.
Yeah.
I think there's probably some value in low gravity thing or zero gravity. No, there's value in zero gravity. I'm not sure how much value there is in low gravity.
There are some things you could do in low gravity, but what you then do is basically get a centrifuge on the space station to simulate low gravity.
That's true. Yeah, I suppose if you include having a space station, then yeah, at that point you're right. There's not much. You don't gain all that much from having.
If you have zero, low is easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Unless you're wanting really large scale.
So yeah, a large radio telescope on the moon. Yep, absolutely. The dark side of the moon, you can put down a nice large stable platform, in theory at least, without the.
Couldn't you also, if you wanted that, couldn't you have a telescope in orbit round the moon that would then be hidden behind the moon for purposes of darkness, fairly frequently?
You could. You would have to deal with all the problem of orbital mechanics as well, though, and orbital maneuvering.
True.
Because there's the less serious one is as you're moving along, if you've got ferromagnetic ferromagnetic components cutting through the magnetic field of an object, it will slowly slow down. That's not the more serious bit. The more serious bit is we say the moon has no atmosphere, and that's sort of correct enough. But in reality, there is still a denser pocket of gas on the moon.
There's nothing in space, but if you go fast enough, nothing has resistance.
Yeah, there is a reason why the International Space Station has to do a station-keeping burn.
Yeah.
Geosynchronous satellites, which are much higher orbits, have to do station-keeping burns every so often just to make sure they're not slowing down and falling.
Well, the ISS is pretty much as low as you can get and still be in orbit, so it's a slightly.
Yeah, it's not the best example, but the geostationary satellites have the same thing. Just it's a smaller burn and slightly less often, but it's the same core principle.
Yeah.
Whereas, if you're actually on the surface, the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, so you're always going to be on the dark side. You're always you got it covered. You're all right. Communication behind the moon is problematic too.
That's true. Yeah.
Yep. You are quite correct, which is why one of the current missions, which is a NASA-ESA collaboration, is called Lunar Gateway, which is to put a constellation of communication satellites in orbit around the moon.
Okay, I didn't know that was. I was loosely familiar with the Lunar Gateway, but I didn't realise they were part of that was communications around the moon like that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, the reckoning is that a couple of small communication satellites is a lot cheaper than having, which are then shared. The commercial view is that you rent time to communicate on those satellites. My company's involved in some of this. I've just been assigned as the project manager to the precursor for allowing NASA and ESA to collaborate on this, which is quite cool. And one of my objectives for this year, which I probably it's a possibility I shouldn't be saying, but well, it's fine. No one's told me not to. One of my objectives for the year is to expand that position so that we get the Lunar Gateway simulation aspect. So all the planning for Lunar Gateway will be done not by me personally, but by my team, which could be very cool if we win that and if that works and all that good stuff. I have a training session with the technology to make it work in 2 weeks' time.
Oh.
Yeah, the commercial view there is that one company, well, it's ESA and NASA, but they'll create a subsidiary to. Actually, UK Space Agency's trying to buy into that one. Anyway, they'll create a communications network around the moon, so you can talk to any part of the moon's surface at any time from the Earth, and then that subsidiary will effectively sell communication time, a bit like your mobile phone provider sells you minutes.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to have one company or one system that's providing all the communications, rather than every space agency who want to do something on the moon trying to roll their own.
Yeah,
make things a lot easier and cheaper and better and so on.
Yeah.
Other superlatives besides.
Yeah, so that should be interesting if it works.
NASA's doing that quite a lot of the getting private companies to build its to do stuff for it these days. There's a whole sort of getting Boeing to make various rockets, SpaceX as well, of course, and so on. Whoever else, I'm sure there are other people doing it. For the lunar lander, they tendered to various different companies rather than trying to build their own, because it was cheaper to make it somebody else's problem if there's issues with it.
Yeah. And that's becoming a thing. So Surrey Satellites are currently doing satellites as a service, where you don't put your own weather monitoring satellite in orbit. You rent time on their satellite with their instruments for weather monitoring.
Okay, yeah, I guess if you're only looking for fairly standard whatever from your satellites, that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, get Huawei to run the comms. That won't cause any problems, Frugal. Yes, it's yeah. I appreciate that. I find that very amusing. The more serious point behind that is that there's actually a lot of political stuff around this that does need to be thought about and factored in, because whilst we like to think that there will just be international collaboration on these things, in reality, that's very much not the case. I mean, if we think about the war in Ukraine, whatever else you may say about all the suffering and destruction and the terrible things that are happening for the individuals who are there.
Yes, I've missed quite a big chunk of Nakotite as well. There's a bit over there, and there's a bit up there as well. Yeah, so there is a bit more that can be gained from down here. I might do that as a separate station, actually, because they seem to be filling up fairly quickly. Sorry, I'm getting back on topic.
Yeah, it's quite right. I mean,
very rude of me.
I appreciate that. I did sort of hijack your stream to talk about yeah, sciencey stuff rather than.
Yeah, some of it's interesting.
Thank you. Everything I say is interesting. I think you're fine. I'm just also updating my I have done list.
All right, so yeah, unfortunately, I'm now in a frustrating position where there is no rocket fuel in Stardust. So I'm not sure. I'm trying to think if there's any way that I can obtain some from without flying all the way back to Norvis, and I don't think there is. Yes, you hijacked the space exploration stream to talk about space exploration. How dare you?
That's shocking, isn't it?
It's disgraceful. Shouldn't be allowed.
Just to complete that last thought, sorry, so I appreciate I left it in a funny place. There is currently last time I checked, it was 10 years, was it 9 years backlog in terms of launch schedules because Soyuz isn't available to anyone who doesn't support Russia. So yeah, that's fun.
Wasn't there was somebody else who was using Soyuz, wasn't there? At least back previously. Was that now that they were using it then, but they can't get any more because Russia?
Basically, yeah. Realistically, you had 3 main launch providers. There are others are available, but 3 main launch providers for most of the stuff.
It's very Top Gear. Other
NASA.
launch providers may be available.
Yeah, you got NASA, but they won't do anything which doesn't directly benefit the Americans, and they've got weird terms that go with it.
Do NASA actually have any rockets anymore?
Well, no one uses them.
Right. Okay. So they yeah. Okay. Right. So it's sort of they could build a rocket and launch it, but then probably not going to.
Basically, yeah, because unless you're American, in real terms, give up.
No, I mean they don't even do it for the Americans either. So.
Well, you need a certain amount of throughput before it becomes financially viable, and so what happens is then Soyuz, which had a better track record after the shuttles stopped, Soyuz Soyuz designed in the 80s and still going reasonably strong, was competing with Shuttle. Shuttle then had problems and effectively retired because, fair enough, so happens. And you got Soyuz, and then you got Ariane is the other one.
Yeah.
French, that's embarrassing. Ariane is the third one that's kind of big. And it wasn't really worth NASA going into it in a big way. They can do stuff, but what's the point? And basically, if you're not American, give up. Ariane 5 has co-end of life. Ariane 6, for some reason, no one wants to be the first one to use Ariane 6. Can't think why.
Yeah, of course, China have started launching stuff now. I've no idea. I don't really know very much about their rockets, except that they exist and they give out that sort of smoke that tells you they're using extremely dirty propellants.
The Chinese, the Japanese briefly did, I think, if I remember right, but they didn't. Just found it easy to buy onto someone else's stuff.
I mean, that makes sense. It's like we were saying earlier with communications from the moon. If there are other people who've already got this system set up to do it, you might as well piggyback off their systems.
Absolutely, yeah. India has a space program.
It's true, yes.
Which includes launch vehicles and so on. Is again just that. In reality, most people don't use it.
I suppose, yeah. You want it to have a good track record of lots of successful launches before you go off and before you want to even consider using it for your own stuff that you've no doubt spent absolute fortune on. Oh yes, Mark, you were quite right. And Mark has gone. Oh yes, Mark was quite right. Not that I ever had any reason to doubt him. The spaceship did leave when it filled up because it's gone. So
that's a good sign. In that time, I built a mini cryonite processing area on Norvis.
Lovely.
Just plug in. Heavy oils arrived. Excellent.
Talos North is not unloading.
I just looked up Laurence is designed for matter science too, because he put it in with research servers. It needs the advanced ones.
Oh, fair enough. You can just sort of inflate it a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Why are you trying to? What?
Just fire a nuke at Tristan. You get the exploded view.
Who designed this? And obviously me, but what was I thinking when I designed this? Why is it unloading those things? Oh wait, no, this is... What?
Prosador, that is correct. India does also receive quite a lot of money in aid. That is a point that gets made every so often. It's quite controversial. They have a space program and a lot of aid incoming.
You could say Palestine has a large rocket program and a lot of aid incoming as well. I wouldn't say anything like that, of course. It'd be far too tasteless, but you could say
Careful, lad.
it. Sorry.
It's yeesh, yaksa. It's a bit hot in here, isn't it?
Why is this not working? Right, we've got here. We've got input signals of the stuff on the spaceship, and then where does that even? What's it doing? It's adding 0 to it all to split it off, and that's being passed over to all the inserters. Which have a whitelist. What? Where's that coming? There's a signal. I need Marc back. I don't understand the spaceships well enough, and it's not doing what I want it to do. Where is this stone signal coming from?
It's also linked to the green network.
The inserters.
Yeah.
Yeah. But looking at the red on the red network, there is a stone signal. So these are there must be some
There's
stones
nothing
got into it. But it's also
you see the red one up at the top.
yeah. So we've got the iron, which is to be there's. I'm confused. How is this ship supposed to? I think it must be signal contamination.
Yeah, are you transmitting? Yes, you're transmitting the stuff that's on. Well, you're transmitting that stuff that it's trying to take off.
Right. Yeah, you're right. That could be what's killing it.
So those are being multiplied by 10, so they're much bigger numbers, and so they're prioritizing in the filters.
Yeah, but what? But if it's prioritizing the things it's supposed to be taking, I'm confused. There is stuff on this network that there isn't anywhere around. It isn't anywhere around here as far, or it should be involved here at all. Like the stone.
It's coming in on the signal receiver at the top.
Right. So yeah. So that's that is Talos for naquium. Let's go off and have a look at maybe some stones got in somewhere. But even so, that would only be one thing. Talos. This is very confusing. I almost certainly have broken it somewhere, but I'm just not quite sure how and where and why and what. Right, because there's nothing in the orbital warehouse. Let's have a look at the one down on Talos. Yes, there is one stone in this warehouse for some reason. No, don't do that. That's silly.
Oh, because the system is designed expecting one spaceship. Is it?
No, because there only is one spaceship doing this bit. There is only one spaceship on this run, this loop, this whatever we want to call it. Oh, we've now run out of something as well. That's interesting. I've been wondering what the first thing we'd run out of would be. Oh, it's the reagent. Okay, that's not particularly surprising. You get rid of this.
It's not loaded any reagent. There's a signal of -15. Oh, it's doing stuff.
Right, that was because I just unloaded the piece of stone that was randomly in a warehouse, which shouldn't have been. So I think it's trying to unload 4 things. It's trying to unload lots of things. If we look on the signal, it's trying to unload iron, various types of naquium stuff, and rare metals for some reason, and it's trying to load various other things. Right, so because it's trying to unload iron, because there's more iron at the other end than there's supposed to be, that has swamped all of the stuff it thinks it can try and unload. And so there is now, so it's now trying to unload iron because it's got too much of it at the other end. It's trying to unload rare metals for the same reason. It's trying to unload refined naquitite and naquium powder because they're on the signal as well and shouldn't be. Okay, right. So the problem is answered. It's just I need to cut out the Oh, I need to do something about certainly the powder and the refined need to be removed, and it'd be nice if it would forget about the iron and the rare metals, but I guess I'll just wait until they get used up. Okay, let's fix the other two. So down here we've got this cable. What? Why is this link? Why did I link this in? So down here we're measuring the amount of refined and crushed in here and bringing it up to here and right. Okay, yeah. Let's make these into green cables and then remove the red ones, and then I think it'll probably solve the problem. I think I accidentally joined two networks and didn't think about how much chaos that would cause, basically. So if I do that, and then... Are you still watching the spaceship?
Oh, can be, yeah.
Should see it now.
Starts happening again.
Stuff should be happening.
Iron and rare metals are the two things that are being unloaded that shouldn't be, essentially. They're not being unloaded, but they're on the filters.
Yeah. I can't do anything about... Well, I can't easily do anything about those, because...
That's just that you've turned down the request amount.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
So that's going to... As long as that is now giving it capacity to unload, it will, in theory, in the not too distant future... It
It's
will...
finished unloading.
Okay, good. It will hopefully...
It should leave any moment now.
Has it got a load of reagent in it?
Yes, it has 5,000 per warehouse-ish.
Okay, that sounds like quite a
Go
lot.
on.
Right, phew.
Almost 15k.
Hooray,
And that should
naquium!
mean that, yep, we're actually making deep space science again. Because a load of crystals.
Oh, crystals have arrived. And there goes another crystal train. Excellent.
Because we haven't actually completed the science yet today.
Wow. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I feel like I should also hook this warehouse up to the green cables. Let's see how practical it will be to do that. I suppose I can jump it along here. Yeah. And then you are just a pass through. There we go. Right, so what I'm interested to see now is if whether we've got to the point that we have enough of either of the outputs to turn them off. And yes, interesting. Right, so my my system that's set up to load stuff into the into the train to be taken up to orbit to be brought back over to Norvis has now shut down and stopped allowing any additional naquium crystals or ingots through, because supposedly there's the amount I set in Norbit. Now the amount I've set in Norbit is probably going to be woefully inadequate. Actually, no, it's basically a warehouse full, almost a warehouse full of. Well, if the it's half. It would be cutting off a half warehouse of crystals and a warehouse of ingots. I don't know whether that's the thing we want to do or not, because we've got it's one of those places again where we've got two different resources that are being brought over. Like the immersite.
Do you expect the spaceship to happily leave even if it's not full? Because you said you're sending over
well,
less than 3 warehouses worth of stuff.
Yeah.
How is it
However, if it runs out of one of them, it will then keep loading until it's got a full spaceship's worth, because it's not checking on what's in the spaceship.
Oh, okay.
It's not a very good system, if I'm being honest.
So what you want to do is you want to have 3 warehouses after they split for each of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of warehouses.
Yeah. I suppose you only really need 2 warehouses after the split.
It's difficult because it's the problem. It's a standard problem of you need 2 different things. How do you balance the numbers? And the answer is with difficulty. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's kind of working for now, so I'll make that a later's problem.
Is that a ping of importance? Marc?
It's Mike is showing us his Immersite and cryonite
working.
processing facilities.
It's working.
Yay!
I mean, in fairness, you can see from the stations to the right how much the Immersite side of things is working.
So does the crushing of the... Oh, I see. You've got to and then make landfill out of it as well, if for the overflow of sand. Okay.
I initially brought stone up to top up the sand, and then realised that actually it was an excess of sand, not a sand.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that
Did that with
over
mineral
time-
water for my naquium processing.
Yeah.
Although actually, if the beryllium stops, we might not have quite as much of an excess as I thought. We'll have to see.
But yeah, there was actually initially some, or for a while, some landfill in that passive provider warehouse. It's being used, which is quite convenient.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's been used.
Yeah, I've been using it off to the east.
So that system works. The cryonite one hasn't been tested yet because the ship's too backed up and hasn't brought the cryonite over. But you know, hopefully soon. But in theory, that should all work as well. He says, quickly tweaking that. So
Cautiously, yeah. Hopefully and optimistically and such likes. What's going on down here? Okay, I've made enough of those. I've made any of these. Why have we not made any of these? Why are you sad? You're sad because you're not getting any. Oh, because you're full of. Oh, because I didn't put outserters on them. That's a rather simple problem, simple mistake, easily fixed. There we go. So that's going to be that's 3 of my science packs, science data cards now. So that's a good start. I've got my all the roboports and stuff working down here, so I can expand down here again. Apologies to what I may have just done to your frame rates. I may have just summoned all of the bots.
No, it's quite alright. It is, however, 11 o'clock, so I'm going to call it there. Thanks for the game, guys.
Okay.
Bye, chat.
We'll see you later.
And yeah, catch you guys later. Night.
Right, so I'm going to need to set up an incredibly complicated... well, I say incredibly complicated. I'm going to need to set up a fairly complicated system over in Astroscience to export all of these data... Are you yes, you are Astroscience. To export all these data cards. And let's just assume they're going to be the difficult ones to start with here. So we've got micro black hole data down here. Negative pressure here. We need 0 point energy data, which is here. They're all quite close together, so it could be a lot harder. What was the other one? Gravitational lensing data.
Is the combined one, I think. Is it?
No.
It's a different shade of blue.
Yeah, so probably means it's an earlier tier. They get gradually. I think they seem to get gradually darker as you get into harder and harder sciences.
The ones I was looking at for.
Oh, is it? No, you're right. That's the. Yeah, it's the inverse of the combined one. Oh, here it is. So yeah, that's not too far away. It's the 1 3 and 3 4s by the looks of it. Yeah. Okay, Hohenheim. Well, thanks for joining. So we'll catch you next time. Next time, I guess we'll be back at Noah. Though there won't be any stream next week because I'm going to be being off being theatrical. But we'll be back the week after as normal, and I'll try and make sure there's at least the odd video here and there to keep you guys entertained while I'm not around.
You're so dramatic about it.
I try. I mean, I think there's probably quite a lot of overlap between streamer and actor. Definitely feels like they are two things that would go together significantly. Yeah, sorry, Ilya. Well, yeah, I'll be. I promise I'll be back the week after. It'll just be a 1 week hiatus, and I will return. Dun dun dun. Right, let's put you in here. A bit higher up. Here. Bump. Don't need that bit. Yeah, I enjoy streaming. I'm definitely going to keep doing it. So any sort of departures will be temporary and mere hiatuses, temporary departures. I will return for my revenge. Mwahahaha. Let's put that there. Then I can run a belt through here like that. So that's one. And then if I do that, I can run a second belt through here like this. That's two. Then down here, this one's going to be slightly more complicated, but that's okay. I can cope with slightly more complicated. So do that there, and then belt like this, and then come through here like this. So that's 2.5. Because the third one is slightly more complicated and needs a bit more stuff putting in here and there before it'll actually. I need to put a filter on here and then put another splitter in here. So that's mostly there. Then the final one was up here. It was this one here. Why is it? Okay, that's
bracket. It's fine.
Thank you. You're quicker at telling me I don't need to worry than I am at starting to worry.
I only have the meteor notifications for when one gets through. So if the one pops up, that happens several seconds before.
Oh, before the damage.
The damage.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that explains why you're seeing them before me. Where should I bring this one through? Where's a good gap? Here's a gap. This one would come through here. So from here, down, and across, and then many undergrounds like this. Doop, and that's 4. Well, 3.5 because I still need to program down here to get the which is this one. This is the 0. Yeah, this is 0 point energy data. So I'll output the 0 point energy data to the right, and then I can put another one of these there. And when everything finally arrives, we'll have 4 types of memory cards coming in over here, and that'll be all of them. And I can shove them all into a train, get all of that set up. Actually, the next thing I need to do is wait for all this scaffolding to get put in, paste in the station again. So I've actually got a station there, and then I can start doing the needful. Also going to need to load and unload batteries, of course. Now this appears to be this is a dump belt. So we can put the batteries onto there. That's fine. I can't do much else until, I can do this. I think I'm probably going to redesign this insertion system down here, because I've got them coming in on 4 separate belts. Basically, there's no point in merging them just to unmerge them. Probably no point in merging them just to unmerge them again. But I'll have a look at how the design is done and then make a decision. But for now, I just need to spend a moment or two waiting for that to build up. So I guess while that's running, I might as well come over here and go, how are you guys getting on? There's still some gaps, but I'm going to need another station, so I guess I can start working on that. So, I could use 4 smaller boxes, yeah. Or 1 slightly smaller, but 1 4x4 box. That probably makes sense. Let's use that, yes. The logic is going to be pretty trivial. It's going to be exactly the same as one of these science stations, just with one of these science stations, just with different inputs. And yes, I'm going to take Doopy's advice and use a smaller box for it as well. So if I copy this bit. Let's take the whole thing. With tiles, please. There we go. And bring that over here. And put it in here, I suppose. Let's put it in below the roboport. Like that. And so we don't need a roboport. We don't need that roboport. I'll let it build the warehouses, and then I'll tidy them up afterwards. Because, yeah, it makes sense to not use warehouses. And that should be easy enough to do. I should put some signals in this as well. Oh, well. Hello, Sliced Lime. Welcome. And that is a lot of lime emojis. Welcome. I'm guessing you're presumably another Factorio streamer. You've been playing space exploration as well, and Krastorio and all that sort of good stuff. Welcome. Yes, hello, everyone. That's good to have you all here. So, yeah. What have you been getting? What have you been getting up to today? Have you been making exciting, wild and big and exciting progress and all that sort of stuff? Let's put this back in again, and that goes there. And I don't need that. I don't need that. I do need that bit up there. Why hasn't that been placed yet? Oh, it's probably... Is that outside the Roboport area? No. Yes. Yes, it is. Ah, not getting any power for this train. That's unfortunate. Right, so we've got all this coming in here. So I'm going to get rid of... Yeah, I'm going to get rid of those. And I suppose that means I need to get rid of all of that as well. Instead, I'm going to put in one of the 4x4 storehouses like that. Yeah, that'll do. Like that. No, it won't. I won't do. Oh, Minecraft streamer. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit different, so please don't get too scared by any of the stuff you see me doing, because I can promise you that Vanilla Factorio is not quite as over the top as this. If I put that there, where's my... Oh, I haven't got the station in yet. I can't tell where everything is. Yeah, Vanilla Factorio is not quite as ridiculous as this with the complicated recipes and things. I'm playing we're playing it on hard mode because we've already done lots and lots of Factorio, and we think we're good at it, so we're letting the game prove us wrong. Basically. Let's get rid of those and that. Oh, no, actually, that one could have stayed. Never mind. Yeah, this is space exploration and Krastorio² means we've got, not only do we have the added excitement and fun and complications and so on of going up to space and having to go off to lots of different planets and develop new materials, we've also got the slightly increased complexity of recipes from Krastorio. So yeah, it's fun and it's a challenge, and because there's well, in theory there's 4 of us playing, but one of us is ill and the other one's had to go to bed because he's got work and is a massive softie. So yeah, we're down to just 2 of us right now, but in general we have 4 of us playing. Yeah, they work together quite well. I think Krastorio has been specifically designed to work with space exploration. And so yeah, all the compatibility, well, many compatibility problems have been worked out, and so it does tend to work pretty nicely. Are you an exerter? Yes, you are. Good. No, the problem with using small boxes is because I've got the 4 inputs and they all need to go in at them. I suppose actually, yeah, I could put them into a splitter, into a merging splitter. Yeah, that could work. I could have done it like that. But this way, I can have one box there with 4 belts in, 4 belts out, and it feels easier. It might not be, but it feels it. So and it feels more similar to previous designs. Also, I need to program all of these around here. Yeah, we've decided that since the 3 of us have already done Arcospheres, because myself, Marc, and Tristan have all played 0.5 and completed it up to the point of Spaceship Victory. We thought we'd let Mike do Arcospheres because serves him right. I mean, because he hasn't done it before, so it'd be fun for him to get the opportunity to do it. Whereas for the rest of us, it kind of just be re-implementing something we've already done before. So it'd be far more interesting for him to do it, and we'll see how that goes, and whether his brain turns to cheese and comes out of his ears. Because yeah, for anyone who isn't familiar, probably the people who come in on the raid, I say welcome. The other end, Laurence. The Arcospheres are sort of one of the most difficult challenges in space exploration, because they're so completely different from absolutely anything else in Factorio that it's just completely different. So it's a very very different challenge, something that people aren't generally familiar with, and that makes it interesting. And so it'll be fun to see how someone who isn't familiar with the challenge copes. And if he copes badly, it'll be even more entertaining. Right, and then up here, I need to put in a cable going like that. And then along here, which one's which? So you are 0 point energy data. So we want to say this one is only to insert where it was only to flow when 0 point energy data is less than 1,000. So the idea of this thing is it going to load up the storehouse here with 1,000 of each of these different types of data card that are coming through, and so in theory we won't have too many of them. We'll have manageable quantities. What's that one? Was it micro black hole? We'll always have room in the storehouse to put in a bit more of each one. But we'll always have enough to fill up a train when the train comes over to grab them all. You are negative pressure, which is that one, less than 1,000. And finally, you are, what is that one even? Gravitational lensing data. That one, yes, that one is less than 1,000. So this will fill up until we've got a certain amount in each one. I then set up a train with filters in it to filter down to these different types of data. So we get 10 stacks of each one in each wagon, and it can then carry them over to the other station at the other end, and we'll worry about the unloading over there. But I think this is probably finished. We don't need the signals to summon more stuff because this is just going to be a one-to-one train that heads. Oh no! I take it back. We do need the signals for telling the train when to depart. What are you doing? So you're doing a +0 to everything. You're doing also doing +0. What the? How does this work? have I missed a chunk of the station out? All right. So we read off here, bring it over to here, where we subtract 1 from each one of the things that's supposed to be going in, and we say if anything's negative, tell the train to get lost. I don't understand what these are for. Why have we got... This is an unloading station. You're looking at the wrong end, Laurence. So yeah, this is just the train comes here, it fills up, and when it's full, it can go. That's easy. It's the other end that is a little bit more complicated. Okay, that's fine. So this is just, yeah, train comes along, fills up, then it can go. I don't understand why these are here. Oh, that's to transmit off how much of the how many of these things there are off to the graph. Okay, that's fine. We can get rid of that and that then, because they're not doing anything in this version of the system, because we're not going to be tracking how many of these data cards we've got stockpiled.
CME going for Kotar orbit in a minute.
Gosh. Fine. I think it'll probably be all right. So we're going up to 1,000, which is 2 rows in here. So we're quite close. We're nearly there with the negative pressure data, but we've run out of supply. I kind of trust that it's going to work, but I also kind of want to verify. And we need another 3 stacks of it to arrive before we can actually tell. Actually, at the moment, the gravitational lensing data is the one that's coming in quickest, so maybe we'll test with that one instead. It's coming in fastest, but the negative pressure data might get there first. I say there's no pressure, but apparently there's actually negative pressure. One more stack. Right, so we should see when this stack fills up, the negative pressure data should stop loading. And I'm pretty sure I've got this right, but as I say, I'm just kind of paranoid. I've been wrong enough times. There we go. Yes, it has stopped loading. Good. So that one's worked. In fact, the gravitational lensing data is also finished. Right. Okay. So yeah, that seems to be working. The process is working as I would expect. Over here at the other end, right. So we've got the same sort of thing going on down here, but these all need to be set up again with the same 4 things, because we're unloading them at this end. So we have gravitational lensing data. There, when it's less than 1,000, that's fine. This one is negative pressure data, that one. This one is micro black holes, that one. And then finally we have the 0 point energy. And then I need to copy that to there, that to there, that to there, and that to there. And then along here, we need to do these filters again. We need to do these filters as well. So this again needs to be in the same order. gravitational lensing data, and negative pressure data, and micro black hole data, and finally 0 point energy data. And it's important to get them in the same order, otherwise everything will break. Well, many things will break, and I don't know how easy it'll be to put the pieces back together again. And then also, let's do the same up here. I should have done these all together. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you turn alt mode on, it's a lot easier to see everything that's going on there. Also need to do it over here. Why are those minus 300s? Oh, because we didn't want to ever run out of them. All right then. Gravitational lensing data. I'm just going to set these to minus 100. Negative pressure. These don't have to be in the right order. These can just be anywhere. So it doesn't. I'm not worried. I don't need to worry about the order, but I'm going to try and keep it the same anyway, just for the sake of sanity. 0 point energy. Right, that is complicated, but should work. And then over here, when any of them is less than 0, you output an L of 1. That's setting the train limit. Yeah, okay, and that's... No, that's not right. This is what I get for copying one of Mike's stations. So what's going on here? We are... when any of these go negative, then we want to output well, it could be an L, it doesn't really matter. But we need to send that to the train and tell the train to depart when L equals 1. I tend to use something different for that. But let's use a T for that. Also, I said I was going to use a smaller storehouse, so let's get rid of all of that. Yeah, that's fine, actually. Yeah, let's get rid of all of that and that. And then let's put in a 4x4 storehouse. There we go. This is going to be a little bit more complicated, but let's move each of these along to the end of their respective areas like that. And like actually, those are identical. I didn't need to copy again. Do that, and then we'll have the 4 of them coming out of the top of here as well. Okay, thanks, Mr. T. I'll sort that out in a moment. Currently, kind of least of my worries, but yeah, it does need to be fixed. You're quite right. Oh, last one should have been stayed like that. And then over here, actually no, I can make this one go that way, and then put that there, and then this one come up to here, here. Here. Right. There's going to be a little bit of overrun because I've got too many, because I've got the cables all the way down here, but I don't think that's a serious problem. I don't need the green cables on there. That's 1. 2. Right, there we go. So that's my output of all 4 data cards. And I think that should all be pretty good. Apart from, you know, all of these things being the wrong way around. But I think they might get fixed automatically. Right. Phew. I haven't made the train for this yet, actually. That's going to require another chunk of copy pasting, but I'll do that. Actually, let's do that now, because then maybe it'll go over and sit at the pickup station. Let's give the stations names as well. You are... Astro data for DSS2 because it's full, so I can't put any more in there. And you are to send to train. Yes, that's fine. And turn the train limit off. Actually, no, set the train limit to 1 manually. Might as well. It shouldn't ever matter, but you never know. And I'd rather not jam the train system up too much because Tristan will shout at me. And then over here, we're going to call you. Oh, you haven't got batteries coming in. We're going to call you Astro. What do I call it? Astro data for DSS2 pickup. And I should have called the other one drop. Oh yes, linking the storehouse to the circuit. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? That to there and that to there And that's to there. So that's the unloading. They're reading the signal safe less than appropriate numbers of those. Yeah, that's fine. And then over here we are reading out, we're taking across, we're subtracting 100 from it. If anything's negative, then we're sending a T to the train. I don't know why there's a cable going across there. It probably doesn't matter. I'm going to remove it anyway, just in the interest of keeping things sensible and tidy and whatnot. At the moment it is outputting a T, so the system is working there. Good. And you're also supposed to be called whatever drop, because otherwise I'll get confused. Alright, back up to the Trainotron. So, we're going to send you to Astro data for DSS to pick up until you're full. And then we're going to send you to Astro data for to drop, but not until you're empty. We're going to send you there until you get a circuit condition of a T equals 1 and an inactive. And inactive. What? No. I said inactive. Robot's inactive. Right, okay. And 5 seconds. Yeah, sure. So to make, well, that could be a 1. There's no need for it to be a 5, really. So that'll wait until it's empty. But it'll wait until the station has run out of one of the types of memory cards, which is what this is watching for, and also make sure that the train isn't actively unloading at the time, because that would be silly. So that's
a
good.
New condition thing? 'Cause I don't recognise the robot's inactive thing.
No, nor do I. Maybe it's because because we've got logistics grids in the train system. It's so you can tell the train to go somewhere and then wait until all its bots have come back and finished building things. So. Yeah,
it makes sense.
It is a maybe Krastorio thing, because I don't remember seeing it in space exploration in 0.5.
Could be.
Right, and in here, I need to put a quantity of gravitational lensing data, just like that. And then a quantity of negative pressure data. And then micro black hole data. And finally, 0-point energy data. And then a no thanks to any more. Then, there was this one I did, yeah. This one copied to there. Good. Now we can send you to the pickup station. Now, it's not going to get any batteries charged over there, which is a little bit of an unfortunate. It's also not going to get batteries charged down here, because I haven't implemented that here either. This one is going to be a bit easier to do, though, because it is in Roboport range. So let's do that. I said, let's do that. There we go. How are we even doing this up here? Don't leave gaps. Naughty bots. Yeah, there is space underneath. Okay, we can do that again then. I'll have that, please, with tiles, and some of this will be unnecessary, but never mind. So put this in here. At least we get all the tiles in place, and then I can work it out from there. I'm fairly sure. Yes. When you say those, Pete, are you referring to the filters in the train? Click drag. Right. Oh, right. You can click drag when you're pasting. Okay, I did not know that. I am also quite surprised that Pete told me something I don't know about Factorio. I'm slightly disturbed. No, thank you. I do appreciate that. That does sound like useful information. I'm almost tempted to send all of the to send a load of the output from here straight back over and into this warehouse, into this storehouse, because there's all 4 of the memory cards going back in, and that seems like a much easier way to sort them. Now, if I do send them all back into there, I could then pull the junk data cards and broken data cards back out. And, ooh, blank data cards. That's an interesting one. What do you do with blank data cards at this point in a build? Now, if I'd done this one first, I could have pulled the blank data cards out and pushed them into the rest of the... and put them back, probably fitted them back onto this belt over here. But at this point, because this is the last one on the stream... What happens if you just let blank... What happens if you put blank data cards in on the scrap? Oh, you can... Yes, you can put blank data cards in on scrap. I could just do that.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's easy then. Let's do... Yeah, let's... This is going to be a weird system, but I think it'll... But it's going to work. And so that's the best kind of weird system. So I'll put that there. And run it down under here. To here. Onto that belt. That belt then goes on underneath, obviously. Unloading onto... Yeah, unloading onto here. This is my disposal belt. That comes down and joins onto there. Fine. It's got batteries kind of sorted. Batteries are planned, even if they're not actually sorted, which is an important first step. Then I can put in a splitter here like that. Yeah, exactly, Doopy. So I'll feed all of the outputs from my machines that are going to be over here at some point in the not too distant future. Straight through, except for the one I actually want, except for the time-space anomaly data. The lensing, all of this can just be dumped straight into this storehouse over here. And if I pull out blank, junk, and broken data cards with this loader onto the dump belt, they'll just go off and be what's named. Yes, it is tight against naquium. It is naquium tight. Very good. I see what you did there. I wish I hadn't. What a terrible day! What a terrible day to have eyes, as they say. Right, and I need a grav facility as well. Or I need many grav facilities. So let's put some of those in. And actually, given where all the belts are, I'm going to go in below the... They can go under the roboport. Oh, they can't. That roboport's in the way for them to go under it. I could put it in line with the roboport, and that feels like an odd way to avoid it, but... It would mean the belts would go around it, and there's just about room above it. I think. So, gap, belt, gap, pipe. It's tight. It would fit, but it's tight. I think I can move this roboport down a bit, though, actually. If I cut you... Yeah, I can move the Yeah, let's move the roboport down a bit, and then put it in line with the roboport. Because I can do that. And then there's plenty of room here. Gap for 2 input belts. And then an underground pipe, and then a pipe. And similarly on the other side, we've got an output belt that's going to have all kinds of nonsense on it, and an input belt that's going to have the naquium cubes on it. Yeah, but it's my stream. I get to make all the terrible puns I want. Streamer's prerogative, don't you know? I don't need anyway. I don't need encouragement. You know that, Pete. Alright, there we go. That's the that's the naquium cubes, and then this one is going to come out in the same way and go all the way over to here somewhere. Right, yeah, this sort of works. So right to there, and then under here. Oh wait, I need to filter the stuff I don't want out. Sort of the stuff I do want out first. Otherwise, it'll go very, very wrong. So you are getting rid of those, and those. Nice. Then over here, I need to put in a subliteratron, like that. Is that going to... Oh no, there is room to get under here. And then this belt will come down here and merge with that. Like that. Now there isn't room to get the... what's the name stuff through, of course. But, oh well, it's a... the antimatter through. But still, it was a nice idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 6. I won't be able to get that through there. Yeah. Alright, and you're going to make that one. So we need to do fluids for you. Let's flip you round like that, because then we can borrow off this one by putting in an underground there, I suppose, is the easiest way. And then, so I'm going to have a pipe that comes along here. Go to there. That might as well just be a solid pipe for that bit. And then underground, overground, wombling, free. Nice. Come over this way where we're looking for super chilled as usual. Which is this one. And put in another massive long pipe and another massive long pipe. Close enough. Why not?
Oh, so I can't help but notice you put in some pipes to go, hey look, I know this is going to need another fluid later on, but then didn't leave space for a station for it over in the science park.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, science.
Did I? I could believe that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it was a two-step process, and therefore I forgot about the second step when I got to the I forgot about the first step when I got to the second step. Technically there is space. You could put it over here on the other side of the railway, or you could put it down there. That works too. What's going on down here? Oh yes, that goes there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My spaceship's probably got back by now. I could make that land. That's a thing I could do. You anchor to an orbit. Not there. Up here. Here is a good place. I like this place. It's a friendly fish. Right. And oh, I didn't pull up all these chests. Let's do that. We'll get a bit more stuff through for the other mine, because I did burn through a lot of belts and things, but I'll pull up some of the chests that I've got out there asking for things. Should have done that on the way back. Didn't. But yeah, I want to set up another big mine, so I think having those refill is not entirely a bad thing. Right, where was I? Yes, I was doing this. So you're going to need to load, so we're going to have a blue inserter will be fine, given that a red one's also going to be fine. And down here, there's going to be a lot coming out of there. That's why I put the other type of thing there. So I'll use a stack inserter for unloading. Oh, you need a filter, and you are going to be making the one of the deep space. You're going to be that one. It's time space anomalies. Yes, going out to that side. That is all correct. That feels pretty good. I think that might be done. Apart from bringing these in, obviously, as I've not done that yet. We don't have auto anchors, mostly because we don't have auto anchors, which I'm fully aware is entirely circular reasoning. The best reason I can come up with a sort of an after the fact answer, a post hoc justification, if you will, and that is because we want to have the flexibility to be able to land wherever we want to when we arrive with our personal ships. But as I say, that is a post hoc justification, so I don't know. It was just set up that way. Now, I think it's not complete because those belts are missing. This is this one. Yep, there's one in there. Okay. I think that's done. Why is there nothing arriving from down here? What is going on? You're fairly full. Oh, we've run out of hooba-dooba-dooby energy data cards. We've run out of yes, these ones. 0-point energy data cards. Yes, so we need to pull through a few more of those, and then the train can go, and then, well, we'll see how much the supply has replenished by the time the train comes back again. Yeah, exactly, inertia is very much the thing. Okay, Frugal, well, thanks for joining, and we'll catch you on week on Tuesday. Remember, no streams next week. There'll be some videos probably as where I can actually manage them, but basically next week is going to be a quiet one on the channel. I don't know whether I need more of these. I mean, they are running at the moment and generating the data. It's just because I've suddenly come in and said, hey, can I have 2,000 of everything, please? Actually, it's going to be 3,000 of everything by the time the train finishes running. But it might be able to keep up once things start running at a sensible rate. I guess we'll see. How are you getting on? 39 and 27. Okay, quite a few more needed of both of those. In both of those, sorry. And then over here, I need to put another radar in over here. Let's do that because I've thought of it. So much stuff. If you're a radar, where would you be high? There it is. If you're a radar, where would you want to be placed? Let's place it up. Let's place it in here because then it's it's out of the way, but it's about as far down as I can realistically get it. Yeah, I have landed now, so I could wander over and poke it by hand. But yeah, doing it by robo is generally nice. In fact, if this one was on construction mode, we'd probably find we had the range. Let's check. Ah, so close yet so far. What about you? Are you on which mode are you in? No, you are already in long distance mode. All right. Are
you going to turn that one back to the other mode?
Yeah.
Because it was probably like that for a reason.
It's possible. I'm not sure what the reason. Looking at it, I think the reason is just that it got put down in that mode and forgotten about.
No, because there's a blue chest. Because you've done a different one.
Oh.
By the catalogue making things.
Oh, that one up there. Oh, was it that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. Yeah. Tristan has told me off already, Doopy. Yeah, I think you're right, Tempe. I think naquium is going to probably be the the bottleneck rather than the Astra catalogues being brought over. Especially as I think they should be about ready now. Yes, here it comes. All the way across practically all the way across the factory. Swing in here and unload. Yeah. Oh, Tempe's suffering from the YouTube lag, which is significantly longer than the Twitch lag, which is much longer than the Discord chatting lag. Right, so this train will completely empty. The amount that's in the train is the amount that the storehouse wants. However, the storehouse is also emptying out to fill up all the buffers along here. So, yeah. Ooh. Buzzy loopy noise. Gloopy buzz, buzzy loop. And it is working. And I've got the disposal for the I suppose I can do the fluids coming in from the opposite side all the way along. That's fine. It's just occurred to me to wonder why I didn't bring the fluid in along in here like I normally do. I have no actual reason. It just sort of didn't happen. So yeah, there we go. I seem to normally be doing 2 machines of each one of these catalogues for the time being as a starting point, so we'll do that as well. Which means I need to extend that to there and that to there, I guess. These make very strange noises. And they apparently that's all they make. They don't actually make any stuff. So, it's a 30-second crafting time to have a 60% chance of producing the data I want. Jeez, I'm going to speed module these and put in about 5 times as many probably. Module inserter. So I want a grab facility, which is U. I'd like you to be speed moduled up to tier 3. And the other one? There we go. And that still isn't going to be enough, I don't think. So we'll have all of that, and I'll sort the top pipes out in a moment. Yeah, modules definitely. My plan was to sort of was to set this up and then come along and put the modules and beacons in later when I have an idea of what's slow. It's just I got so horrified by the 30-second build time for only a 60% chance of rolling a winning number that I thought I'd increase the number of machines a little bit straight away. Right, so that'll do. We've got a couple. So we've made a couple of them now. And the junk is actually there's only 60% chance of each of the types of junk, but there's some of it coming through, and yep, all the cards as well. So they just roll back in here, and out come
that's the one where if you add up the numbers, that's the net positive card production.
Okay.
It's only positive because you get
1,
junk
2,
ones.
3, 4, 5,
actually,
6, 7,
dead.
8. 8 sixes. It's too late at night for that sort of maths. 48. So that's 4.8 memory cards coming out, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 going in. So yeah, you're right. And actually, even without the broken data card, it is still a net positive. Could be 4.
Net neutral, isn't it?
No, it'd be 4.2 without the broken one.
Oh, they're 60%, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, hang on. Yeah, 8. 8 because yes, the time space anomaly data. So one of them. Yeah, Yes, net positive. Interesting. That's weird. I thought that just was. I thought the conservation of data cards was a pretty strong thing in this game, but maybe there's an exception.
I assume it's basically not going to happen.
Well, you can't. I don't think you could. I don't see how you could realistically use it to your advantage, but the same is true of lots of other things as well. I think.
Well,
Right.
recycle rate would only need to be 2/3, wouldn't it? The successful recycle rate for the junk ones.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So then,
but
net positive. So
yeah.
So for memory cards, this is actually genuinely free. It's not
Yeah. Sounds like it.
weird.
Right, broad deep space catalogues, advanced research server. I kind of want to finish this before I go to bed. No, that's probably silly, but I still kind of want to. Where is that research server? So you're a lab. That one. So it's going to be taking in. Okay. Forum. Yeah, it's same as every other one. Straightforward enough, probably. Put 3 of them down just because. So we've got 5 inputs, 5 input solids and an input fluid, and then 1 output solid and an output fluid. Right, okay. So that is again going to be this sort of layout, but this time, you know what? Let's bring the pipe. Let's just run. Actually, these have got the pipes in weird places, haven't they? Because they're an even number across. Yes, data card positive. I think, but it costs so much in other things like naquium cubes that I don't think we'd be able to actually do anything useful with that to generate it to solve all our problems. I could copy it, but I want to do the pipes running in along the near side of the machine. So I don't know why I did it the other way here, and it just takes up extra space. It doesn't really need to. So if the bots could just turn up with the things I only just put down, that'd be much appreciated. Why are you sitting there? Oh, you've not got a signal to go yet. Oh, that's good. That's fair enough. Because we haven't worked through all of any of the data cards yet. In theory, we should run out of all of them at exactly the same time, because we're using them all up. It uses one of each for each, and there's a 0.6 chance of getting it back for each one. So in theory, it should balance quite neatly. Yes, it is very similar to Deep Space Science Catalog. That's true. I could probably copy the one I built for Deep Space Science Catalog 1 up here, couldn't I? Yeah, in fact, it's very similar. The heating, the warmant and the coolant are the opposite way around, which is mildly unfortunate, in fact. But never mind. I can flip the machines over. That'd be nice and easy. So yeah, let's just copy that. Good point. Boink. There we go. That goes to there. Well, you're a 3. No, you couldn't be a 4. And we want you to actually be making Deep Space Science Catalog 2. Like that. And it's these 2 belts on the top inputs, I think. Well, it's going to be. I don't care what order it was on before. It's going to be those 2 like that. Also need to rotate you like that, and like that, and like that. There we go. We have another input down here. This is going to be the cryonite, though there should be underground belts in here. Do it properly. You never know when you might want to run something else through there. And then the cryonite can come through here. Like that. Okay, some horrible lurches of lag there. Were you doing anything drastic, or was it just...
No.
Okay. That's my cryonite coming in. And then down here, are you producing anything weird? No, you're just kicking out thermofluid, which I will need to dispose of, sure, but it's not. At least it's not weird. You don't want anything weird, because that'd be, well. So what we're actually going to do down here is split the cryonite off down this way, at this point, and run it around here and up and in. I suppose I could have taken it off through here and gone out that way, but you know, this is marginally better, I think. Right, so yes, so doing the warm thermofluid. So that's long pipe, long pipe, long pipe. Across here, and then pipe like that. Trying to stay in good habits. Oop, there we go. And finally, yes, this one. This needs to be run all the way up to the station, which is here. I suppose I could use this column because that's the one that's being used by the data cards, by the catalogs. Otherwise, so if I run that, put that there. Let's put it there instead. Oh no. Wait, let's not put it there. Let's put it there instead, because otherwise it won't reach the previous connector thing. Actually, you know what? Again, I've changed mind again. Let's leave it there and move this belt down instead, because there's other things in the way, like this belt over here. It's just going to be easier overall to bring it through here. I can run a belt up like this, and when I hit that... Oh, actually that's perfect. We can bring both of them in on this belt. Is that perfect? Let me think this one through. I mean, I could, and I feel like I might as well. Is it actually remotely useful? This is Deep Space Science 2 catalogues I'm putting together, and Tristan's been working on Matter Science 2. So we're multitasking at the moment. So you're splitting your... Yes, is fine. Yeah, so I'll need to program this one and this one up to point to send things in the right direction in a moment when I actually get in any of the bits and pieces I need. But there's quite a lot of other building work to do first. But oh yeah, they're working. Nice. And the outputs are connected, so I think that means I have actually managed to make the Deep Space Science Catalogue 2s. Which one are you? It's this one, right? Yes, Deep Space Science 2. That's quite right. So I'm making the catalogues for it at the moment. There they are. Haven't got as far as making them into actual science packs yet. Haven't even got as far as getting them over to the area where that's being done. But you know, baby steps. I do wonder now if I should switch this out for one of the other systems. In fact, let's do that while the wagons are empty. Let's get rid of that. And there's some on this belt over here. I think I'm going to go over and fiddle that manually because it's going to be, well, fiddly. And I want to pick those. I'm not sure what you're asking, Tempe. I'm afraid I don't think that question's English. Is this deep space? Looks like it. Yeah. Oh, but I don't want to be down here. I want to be further up. Right, so yeah, these trains are designed to take multiple different, all the different catalogues. So at the moment it's only loading up with tier 1s, but if I get rid of, right, so if I get rid of that and move that across like that. Actually, let's move this one across as well. Cut that because I'm going to want it later. And then put in a 4x4 in here. Yes, I'm going to expand the functionality of the train. Did I just build one? Did I? Or did, no. All right. So I'd like to request one of these to be put here. And then I'm going to pull up all of this. And I'm going to have those inputs along. No, I'm not. I'm going to have those outputs there and there. Oh, there's not quite room. Curses. I suppose I could put 2 onto one belt. That would be okay. It's kind of horrible, but because I can do this bit is easy. I can do that, and then that. But if I also, unless I do this, then I run into problems. However, I don't think the speed of loading the train is really the shortage there. I am transporting naquium in the crushed form by spaceships, and I'm not taking the Fenestra shortcut because I don't think it's necessary at this point. I don't think it would help particularly at this point. I don't think it's actually a shortcut because the naquium field is just close enough that, well, it would be a slight shortcut. It would knock about, I reckoned it would knock about 10% off the journey, if that. So I decided it was easier not to, and not to worry about
the spaceship would have to take off an extra time, and so
Yeah.
it might not have the fuel.
Yeah, and our spaceships don't have enough fuel. Might be able to work out a way of not having it land, because if you didn't, potentially, but it would be complicated. There we go. Right, and then along here, I want to link up. I want to be using the right tool for the job. You to there, and you are. This is a bit of a silly order, but never mind. You are that one. Is less than 1,000.
Why did you put that into the right-hand one?
Because the other belt is going to come in above it.
Is it? Oh, okay.
because there's these bearings in the way for the other one for it to come in underneath. I actually had a reason for
enough.
once.
Fair enough. I'll let you off.
I mean, maybe I should have moved the entire belt up a little bit, but in fact, I could do that. Wait, what? Because then I wouldn't do things like that. Right, so that's all of that. Now, and then up here, you need... Oh, there's nothing coming in, it's fine. I can turn that off for the moment. And I can tell that to be a tier 2 catalog. Like I said, I can tell that to be a tier 2 catalog. Copy, paste. No, Pete was lying to me. You can't click and drag to paste these things in. And then you are going to also be a type 2. And so are you. Right. Can I filter the splitter?
There you go. I've
No, I
set
can't.
3 and 4. The first one in the rows on the left-hand wagon for you.
Oh, I see. Thank you. I'll copy them across just for the sake of it, because I might as well. Right. So there we go. So we're now making and loading the tier 2 tier 2 Deep Space Science catalogs. Lovely. Got a steady stream of miscellaneous junk to data cards heading out that way, but that's fine, and we knew that was going to happen. Over here, this is all running as expected, to be honest. There seems I noticed the well. I think these need to be speed module because they are far too slow. Did I speed module the other ones? I didn't. So these are okay. So apparently the speed, the normal generic speed these things run at was okay for that one. So all right, tell you what, let's show you the what was going on in Stardust, Mikhail. Right, so over in Stardust we have a central naquium processing area over here where the trains bring it in. It gets unloaded. The naquitite gets unloaded, crushed down into crushed naquitite, and then it'll get loaded into a spaceship that can land here. There are, as you can see, multiple trains queuing up here, which is quite nice. So it looks like the system is, well, it's been brought in as fast as it can be dug up anyway. So that's good. We have various mines. They all look something like this. So we have a collection of mining drills feeding out onto a belt and into a station down here, which is, as you can see, filling up with naquium. And the same train also brings out the sulfuric acid as much as is needed, and we'll deal from there. Which one of my belts loading onto a train? There are many belts loading onto. Oh, presumably back here actually. Yes, that one's a bit of a problem because there wasn't room to fit this in with the belt. I suppose I could move the whole thing down 2 squares. I should probably do that. Let's be tidy. Oops. Gained another catalogue. Put them in there. Get rid of them. Right. Let's take this whole thing and move it down or 2 squares like that. Also, let's take this whole thing and move it up 1 square like that. Because then I can put these the other way around and it'll make a bit more sense. Oh, could you reprogram that one again, Tristan, please, since you've got the setting set. I can just throw it in there, I don't care. Back to be the splitter as a tier 3 now, please.
Yep.
Thank you. And of course I now need to reprogram all of these, but yeah, that's easy enough. Yeah, so now I can easily fit these in like that. This side's still easy, and now I can put another one in there, rotate it around like that, and then... Ooh. Wait, is this going to work now? No, it still isn't going to work. Oh, yes it is. I just need to move the... Yeah, that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. And then this one, which is the tier 1s. I could have copied and pasted from there, but never mind. It goes there. There we go. And now over here, that should be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And now everything should flow through nicely, and it does seem to be. Were those 2s coming through? Wait, what? Tier 1s should go to... Yeah, tier 1s are going to the left. Like that. That's a tier 1. And it went to the right. What the hell? That's a flood of tier 2s. They went to the right. What? That's a tier 1. And it went to the right. What's going on here? Give me that. Put some of these on here. Oh, the belt's pointing the wrong way. Right, okay. I'm sort of glad it was something simple, but still. You missed the others. Oh, actually, I can copy and paste them. There we go. Threes and 4s. There we go. No, the right splitter is fine. It's outputting 3s to the left, and there, because it's outputting 3s to the left. That is a 3. Yeah, that's a 3. It'll output the 4s to the right. So, because only 3s and 4s are going to come in on this belt when it's finally. Yeah, I'm stuck. When I finally make them. Okay, good. Yeah, it can be difficult to see things on a on a stream where everything comes through at roughly YouTube quality. Oh yeah, and the load is the wrong way around. You're quite right. Thank you. Okay, so we have a few.
You know how matter science produces stupid amounts of scrap?
Oh yeah, is matter science 2 even worse?
Just producing matter produces a lot of scrap.
Oh dear.
I've now added a dedicated scrap belt from the matter production to recycling.
Where is matter being produced? Is that down the bottom? Ooh.
Bottom of matter science.
These machines make even stranger noises. And they look sort of weird and alien-y with sort of bulges, and it makes me uncomfortable. Oh, and you're using up your pink stream faster than you can anything it.
Am I?
Oh,
no, I'm not. I don't want much in there because it gets produced by the science.
Oh, okay.
By one of the sciences.
Oh, right. Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So there's enough in there for the matter plants. I probably don't need to buffer it that low.
How low can you go buffer? Oh, 1K. Right. Okay, that's pretty low. Global. So this belt of scrap. So is our scrap
now.
Processing going to be able to handle it then? If we've got another belt coming in. Oh, I see you've taken a shortcut. Oh, you've tapped into an existing belt that's already fairly full.
2 of them.
Oh, true.
One of which is very empty.
Yeah, okay, might be right then. Well, that'll be fun to find out about.
Yeah. I'm wondering whether I should put an... Oh, I have here. I put an overflow valve. I was going to...
Oh, I see.
Allow it to also send it the other way.
Make it, yeah, just to clog everything up while you're at it. Why not?
I'll just do that much for now, and I'll just put a belt there so it will show if it has backed up that far.
Okay. Right, I think it's beacon time around here. Beacon. Which of course will not fit because I've not left room for them because I didn't plan the beacons. So I guess I'll probably put it there, or well, this row. I suppose if I put it here, then I'm only going to lose those 2. That's fine, and turn that into an undergroundy. Then I want to find a speed beacon and copy it, because then I'll get all the modules and things rather than having to do it. Rather than it being a 2-step process. The first step of which it's a 3-step process. The second step of which is wait 3 days for the bots to bring the damn thing over. So I'll put that there. I think that's likely to mean that all the rest of it is probably going to need bacons as well. So I'll put in another one. I guess it can go here. That's probably fine. And then, well, I don't know. How do we feel about purple clouds? I think we're probably going to need quite a lot of them. So I'll put in another beacon here.
Is that the full base supply?
Purple clouds. It's the only
Yeah.
place that's making them. I haven't put in a station for them yet.
If you're planning on putting in a station for it, then yeah, it's going to want beaconing because it's going to be fuel for spaceships.
That's true, yeah. Can I get... Oh, I can get that. Nice, so I'll put that there. 3 birds with one beacon. And then another one up here, and get these 3 as well. Is there room for... That's as far over as it can go. Is there room for another... Yes, there isn't room for another manufacturer in there. Nice. Okay, so that'll beacon everything all the way up here, and I should probably go through and speed module stuff as well. And then I don't know actually. I don't really know just how much of these catalogues are going to need, because we have been. I feel like we've been keeping up with Deep Space Science 1s, although that might just be because we've not been using them very hard. Are we not?
It was
Oh,
like
of course, it's the crystals, wasn't it though? So. Okay, well I've put the beacons in. We'll see how it goes with those, and then we can think about increasing the speed further. However, for today, I think that's probably going to be quite a good place to stop. Let's have a quick look at Deep Space Science 2 catalog, actual packs to see what's needed for that. Okay, so I'm going to need a station for the naquium cubes, which are being made here. So yeah, I'm going to need to put in a station for the cubes and for the antimatter, I think. 2 stations, that is, obviously. Significant data, fine. Catalogue's done. Science Pack 1, sure. Advanced Neural Gel already there. Okay, so this isn't going to be too hard, but we need to research it, and I need to get the cubes onto the train system. So there's going to be a certain amount of effort and work required in order to do it all. So I think I'm going to save that for in a fortnight. But for now, I think this is this has been quite successful. I've got the naquium is flowing a bit faster. I do still want to go back out there because I got as all of you who have been watching have seen. I've got I put in an additional mine up here, so we've now got one here, second one here, a third sort of one here. It's not on the train system, but it is digging it up and just passing it straight in by belt, and then a fourth one. 1, 2, 3. A fourth one up here with two mining patches, and then there's a 5th one down here that I was part way through until I rudely ran out of rocket fuel for my jetpack and had to abandon my construction attempts. But we'll get that one up and running maybe next week. Maybe next time, 2 weeks time. We'll get that up and running, and then hopefully have a nice steady stream of naquitite coming through from there. Although that said, at the moment, we do seem to have enough naquitite coming in that the train there is a queue of trains formed. Now the question is, as soon as this train empties, does it immediately leave, or is there is there another mine that will be ready for this train to go over to fill up at as soon as it's finished unloading? Let's check that, because it won't take very long. In the meantime, words. Yes, Tempe, you were on time saying goodnight. I'm just still doing an outro because I got distracted by thinking about things. Oh, there you go. So it's emptied, and it's left pretty much immediately. Okay, cool. So the next train can come in before the warehouse gets anywhere near it and emptying. So that's working really well. We're digging it up as fast as we're producing it. So that, as fast as we're processing it. Now at the other end, I think we might be using it faster than we're processing it at the moment. But the theory is reasonably solid. So that is the naquium's production, or the naquitite production, is ticking over very nicely. That meant that I then went over to Talos and played around down here for a bit. So while I'm here, how are you doing? Okay, you're not full. Good. So I took control of that in time. So that's absolutely fine. We've got a plentiful supply of the naquitite coming in, and yeah, so this has stopped being produced now. We've stopped feeding both of these through. I'm going to have a good think about that and decide whether this is actually a good idea or not. Because yeah, okay, we are stockpiling it down here, but I feel like I feel like this is wrong. We shouldn't be blocking this at a mere 5,000 because that's not very many. This is I don't like this. I'm gonna need to do something about that, I think. Train of thought. Yes, train of thought. Right, back. It clearly is bedtime now. Over to Norvis orbit. So I've used all of that naquium, naquitite that's coming in. I've used to get the Deep Space Science 1 is now running nicely because we have the naquitite crystals available again, and the Deep Space Science 2. Well, we've got the catalogs being produced now, and that's quite exciting because that's all new stuff. I managed to build all of that up this stream, which I'm quite proud of. And that's, running through quite nicely. So as I say, next time, get the Deep Space Science 2s actually being made into science packs, and then we can start thinking about even more advanced researches. So yeah, the sky is the mollusk of your choice. Where's my train that's picking these things up? I want to see how many I've got so far. Okay, 107, presumably the train's slightly imbalanced. But yeah, it's ticking over fairly nicely there. I'm going to need a lot more machines making these things, I think. So yes, as I've been saying a couple of times during the stream, there will be no streams or videos next. Well, there'll be no streams next week because I shall be off in theatre playing Little John in Robin Hood. So that should be good fun. And so yeah, I'll be busy every evening, so there won't be any streams. There will be a video on the Wednesday though, definitely for non-supporters, and hopefully I'll have a supporters one ready by then as well. There will be the normal videos on Saturday and Monday over this weekend, but then there won't be those videos next weekend because I won't have had a stream to make the videos about. So that's how it goes. So yes, that's what's going on in the future. So in 2 weeks we'll be back. However, do note there will be a change of the schedule in 2 weeks when we come back. Factorio streams are going to be moving to the Monday, and then my Super Satisfactory streams will be moving to the Wednesday, and the videos will nudge around a little bit to compensate for that as well. So I'm afraid things are going to be a little bit different because the next show I do will be rehearsing on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Rehearsals move, so I have to move the streams around. Sorry about that. But yeah, they will be carrying on. They will be carrying on, just on slightly different days. So please be aware of that. And I think that's all of the outro I want to do because I've run out of things to say. So thank you very much for watching. And yes, Tempe Doopy, I shall see you next time. And thank you. Yes, I will try to make sure I have a great time. Yes, back to Monday, back to the normal or the original where the way things started. And I shall probably be continuing to do shows with that group from now on because I think overall I enjoy them a bit more. So back to normal for the foreseeable future. Is there anything else? 75% reach upward. Naquitite Factory. Is that talking about the? I don't know. I will need to have a good think about what to do with the naquium because it's going to be awkward because it's so chunky and voluminous that I don't really want to have 3 warehouses of each one over here. I mean, it's possible. I could have 3 warehouses over here until the 2 of them are full. I don't know. It's awkward. And yes, okay, it would have been easier to have one ship bring over the naquium, one ship bring over the crystals, and never the twain shall meet. But this is more fun, or at least more interesting, and I think probably provides more interest for you guys. So, right, I'm going to stop prevaricating around the bush, say goodnight once more. Thank you very much for watching, and I shall see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.